we're live. Let me switch to this tab. Unmute myself. Okay, perfect. Hello, hello, hello. Now, let me just read an article while waiting for people to join. Move this here. Okay. Google's AI chatbot, Bard, makes factual error in first demo. The mistake highlights the biggest problem of using AI chatbots to replace search engines. They make stuff up. Who uses AI chatbots to replace search engines? Lift your hands up. That's not what they were. That's not what they're supposed to be used for. Yo, Shangyang, how are you doing? That's like the chatbots are used to chat in the first place, but we talked about it yesterday. They can those AIs are really good at like synthesizing information, at allowing you to paraphrase things, maybe write up like drafts for boring emails that you need to write, stuff like that. Anyways, they make stuff up. Yep, they sure do. Alright, what is this? If you buy something from VergeLink, introducing Bard, an experimental conversational AI service powered by Lambda. You can use Bard to plan a friend's baby shower, compare 2 Oscar-nominated movies, get lunch ideas based on what's in your fridge. Yo, Nept, how are you doing? Okay. That's actually something I need to, I might need to use like ChatGPT or whatever for the lunch ideas based on what's in your fridge. That's a pretty smart use of them. Anyways, on Monday, Google announced AI chatbot Bard, a rival to OpenAI's ChatGPT that's due to become more widely available to the public. But the bot isn't off to a great start, with experts noting that Bard made a factual error in its very first demo. Like, I actually don't know why this matters. ChatGPT is super non-factual in the first place. There's a million examples right now online of people like having fun making ChatGPT say the most ridiculous stuff. Heck, I even had there was this conservative that posted a screenshot of a ChatGPT dialogue where if you ask ChatGPT if it will you present it with a trolley problem where either ChatGPT says that the says a racial slur, or you blow up a nuclear bomb killing all of humanity, and the chatbot says that in that situation it prefers not to say the racial slur. There's no, it's like, yeah, of course they programmed the bots to not say racial slurs because that would ruin the company's reputation. That has been historically a problem with AI bots. Yeah, like once I saw the chatbot say the Earth was round. Stupid globe-head bot. True. A GIF shared by Google shows Bard answering the question, "What new discoveries from the James Webb Space Telescope can I tell my 9-year-old about?" Bard offers 3 bullet points in return, including one that states the telescope took the very first pictures of a planet outside of our own solar system. Yeah, that's not true. The first image of an exoplanet was taken in 2004. I thought it was way earlier. Interesting. I thought we had the pictures of exoplanets, like, I would have guessed, honestly, in the 19th century. We started having pretty good telescopes back then already. And, like, a lot of the knowledge, who was it, Johannes something, like, one of the greatest founding astronomers was working back then. Let me check up again. Johannes Kepler, yep. Kepler. Oh no, that's 16th, 17th century. That's even further back. That's way further back. Key figure in 17th century scientific revolution. Yeah, he was like a huge player in documenting and understanding the solar system. Oh yeah, he also. Oh yeah, there you go. He documented the first supernova. Or at least the first supernova we have documentation of, I guess. There's been like older civilizations that did astronomy, Aztecs and others, so might not be the first human being to write about this. Yeah, but I guess the first exoplanet was in 2004. Interesting. I would have been wrong as well. Not to be a, well, actually, jerk, and I'm sure Bard will be impressive, but for the record, JWST did not take the first image of a planet outside our solar system, tweeted astrophysicist Grant Tremblay. Bruce McIntosh, director of University of California Observatories at UC Santa Cruz, also pointed out the mistake. In a follow-up tweet, they added, I do love and appreciate that one of the most powerful companies on the planet is using a JWST search to advertise their LLM. But ChatGPT, etc., while spooky impressive, are often very confidently wrong. That is true. They are very confident. My understanding, I need to mess around with ChatGPT. I've been talking about it a lot, but I need to like actually become familiar with what I'm talking about instead of having a strong opinion on it without. Because I read somewhere that with ChatGPT, you actually have an option when you run it where you can force it to be more factual. From what I read, there is just like an option when you use it, and if it doesn't know things, if they don't fit a certain criteria of veracity, then it will just say that it doesn't know things. It'll be more limited. Oh, this is some boomer music. A major problem for AI chatbots is their tendency to confidently state incorrect information as fact. The systems frequently hallucinate, because they are essentially autocomplete systems, yep. Alright. Okay, so someone was saying this tanked the Google stock price, which, if true, is hilarious. Yeah, okay. Sheesh, that's like a... that's like a 6.77%, 6.3% drop. That's a lot. Could be honestly could be just a good point to buy Google stock. When stock crashes for some random like stupid news thing, in my opinion, I'm not a financial advisor, obviously. In my opinion, that's like the best moment to buy. How expensive is it to create and run a bot like OpenAI ChatGPT? To run it on just one computer for one person, probably feasible, though the technical knowledge to properly train and design it is like, you know, very, very high level understanding of AI algorithms. But to actually run it at scale, the way ChatGPT or already does, or Google wants to do with Bard, is extremely expensive. You need very, very efficient data centers with very, very efficient, usually ASICs. You're not even using GPUs at that point. You're using specialized circuits that are optimized for energy use and the computational speed, etc., etc. That infrastructure is extremely prohibitive. Only the FANG companies basically have that kind of infrastructure and capital to be able to publicly run something like ChatGPT, is my understanding. Because you can basically just run it. Like, it's not I'm not gonna do login. You can basically run it. My understanding is there's no trial, there's no limit on the use. Compared to something like Midjourney, you are limited to 20 generations for free, and then you have to start paying. The infrastructure behind those things is pretty expensive. I do think it's promising that Trump promised if he was elected in 2024, he'd have the government create a chatbot that can say the N-word. Fuck. You're talking like a chatbot. You are the chatbot. I shouldn't even fact check that because I already know it's wrong. Meta's AI chatbot says Trump will always be president. Nice. Alright. Hallucination and bots. Oh, Microsoft is on that game too. Microsoft, which demoed its new AI-powered Bing search engine yesterday, has tried to preempt these issues by placing liability on the user. Bing is powered by AI, so surprises and mistakes are possible, says the company's disclaimer. Make sure to check the facts and share feedback so we can learn and improve. A Google spokesperson told The Verge, this highlights the importance of a rigorous testing process, something that we're kicking off this week with our Trusted Tester program. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it's as bad as Bing. It was a joke. I'll be honest with you, Shangyang. I don't mind edgy jokes when they come from people that I know we're laughing at the racism or at the ridiculousness of something. Considering that now I know you're actually racist, I'm not gonna laugh at you doing edgy jokes about saying the N-word and stuff like that. It hits different. Hey Ford, how are you doing? I'm doing good. Just chilling, going over some news. Apparently, the Google's got their AI chatbot ready to up and run soon. Hey Kino, how are you doing? And I know that there's like a dumb Verge article about the hey, guess what? Using AI chatbots for searches will yield false information. Who'd have thought? Yeah, so we're memeing on Google stock. I don't know. I see this kind of dip on like an announcement of a new technology, like a chatbot, and there being a little hiccup in the announcement. I think this is an opportunity. Unless this is like general market memes, but I don't think it is. Let's see. S&P 500 over the past 5 days. Yeah, like a slight drop. If someone said, for example, that black people have lower IQs than white people for partially genetic reasons, that would make them racist in your view. Yes, if you're trying to push a race realist narrative, that is a racist ideology. Yes. Trying to establish biological hierarchies between human beings is the fundamental tenet of racism. So the vast majority of intelligence researchers are racist. No, the vast majority of intelligence researchers recognize that there are disparities in IQ, but they don't see the disparities as being caused biological. The scientific consensus is that there is no such thing as a biological hierarchy in races. That's not what surveys. No, what the surveys show is that there are differences in IQ, not that there are differences in biological causes for IQ. Surveys of expert opinion in the field. Really? Do IQ researchers believe in biological differences in races? I'm obviously Wikipedia is gonna let's see what are the sources on that. Criticism of race and intelligence as biologically concepts. The majority of anthropologists today consider race to be a socio-political phenomenon rather than a biological one. Yes, that's the consensus in science. The view supported by considerable genetics research. The current mainstream view in the social sciences and biology is that race is a social construction based on folk ideologies that construct groups based on social disparities and superficial physical characteristics. The study of human intelligence is one of the most controversial topics in psychology, in part because of difficulty reaching agreement about the meaning of intelligence, and objections to the assumption that intelligence can be meaningfully measured by IQ tests. Well, that's also a fair criticism in general. Oh, Sci-Hub having problems. Hope it's not my ISP blocking it. Let's see. Let me just search it with the... Right, probably can just copy the URL like that. Oh, dude. Sci-Hub is dead. Race is widely considered to be a valid biological category among Chinese biological anthropologists. I don't consider them particularly trustworthy on that. It works for me. Yeah, that's why I'm wondering if something's fucky with the ISP or something. Also, there's a huge difference between race is widely considered to be a valid biological category and what you're claiming, which is that the entirety of the scientific community has a consensus on there being biological causes for racial differences in IQ. Although IQ differences between individuals have been shown to have a large hereditary component, it does not follow that mean group-level disparities in IQ necessarily have a genetic basis. Scientific consensus is that there is no evidence for a genetic component behind IQ differences between racial groups. Let's see, let's find a recent one. April 2021, Race and Intelligence. Wait, that's an old article. Oh, published 2015. Okay, never mind. It's a newer one. That was in response to a specific thing you read on the Wikipedia article. I know, dude, you're fucking racist, okay? Like, what do you want me to tell you? If you believe that if you believe against the scientific consensus, of which there's like a million citations in that Wikipedia article, I'm not gonna do go through every fucking one of them. The scientific, you need to want to see a narrative to go against the big scientific consensus on the question. That's not a particularly complex idea. Distribution of ratings of the environmental versus genetic determinants of the US black-white difference in IQ. Percentage of expert opinion. So I don't know how this was pulled. Now that if you just give me the screenshot, I don't know the study itself. What was their methodology? Obviously, you tried to. I know you tried to link it to me. Like I'm not blaming you on that. But for something that's claiming something wild, like this graph is claiming something wildly different from what is the scientific consensus. I could upload the PDF if you trust to download, but I don't know what else to do. A PDF is safe, yeah. I can open a PDF, sure. And I would read that in certain fields, the hardline environmental hypothesis is consensus. That is not universally true. Yeah, your point was that they're like in Chinese academia, it's not considered as true. But hell, I'm gonna generalize a bit. But my experience with Chinese society, and that's what you were claiming earlier. My experience with Chinese society was that it's a society where racism is honestly just socially accepted. That was for something else. Okay. Anyways, it sucks that Sci-Hub's not working though. Maybe I should Sci-Hub mirror. Racism is not socially accepted, so why isn't that indicative of non-racist bias? Because racism is the bias. Like I understand where you're coming from, that you see both hypotheses as equally valuable, but what studies have shown is that racism is the fundamental bias. So by we tend to be fundamentally racist. We tend to be fundamentally xenophobic. We tend to see difference as a threat, as like a basic animal instinct. So it's rather that by compensating for this bias, we can reach a more neutral, objective reading of reality. So what you perceive as a bias in being anti-racist is, I perceive as simply correcting for the natural bias that exists in our homogenized, ethnically homogenized societies. I'm saying ideologically there is a bias. Sure, there is one. But that bias also isn't... I don't believe that bias is that big of a factor when it comes to hard sciences in the Western world. I don't buy that narrative. In human sciences, it definitely plays a big part. But there are, and in certain spheres of society, it would definitely be like very delicate to show up and say like, yeah, I'm researching the links between genetics and IQ. Like, people are going to look at you weird for that, and that definitely plays a part even in hard science. I can't deny that either. But man, what's going on with Sci-Hub? But those things, the final reality is that the claims from the people who do research scientific racism are consistently debunked by experts. If you truly believe in the scientific method, in the fact that people research those things and that then those concepts are tested against experimental data or survey data, then the concept of scientific racism is false. It's non-scientific. I think when you look for a partner, some people prefer IQ, and that is typically demonstrated in the level of education, but more broadly, like saying this group of people have lower IQ is just wrong. Hey, Magical, how are you doing? Well, there is a statistic reality, Kino, which is that there are IQ disparities between ethnicities in the U.S. There was this very criticized book, The Bell Curve, which basically was built on, which basically was like the big 20th century. Post like World War II and the scientific racism of the 19th century, the big study into differences in IQ between ethnicities. I know there was some criticism about the methodology, but basically speaking, the main criticisms you can raise about the methodology is mostly that of the methodology of the IQ test in and of itself, which there are valid criticisms to have about it as well, especially since this is the Murray studies were pretty old, and back then the IQ tests were a lot weaker than nowadays. We've improved them quite a bit since then to compensate for certain biases. They're still not perfect. And the studies did show that there are average differences between groups. I don't think that's something that anyone can deny. Honestly. The question then is, why are there those disparities? So some part of the explanation is, for example, for the bell curve, the problem with the methodology of the IQ tests. IQ tests are notorious for being extremely biased against second language people, students. IQ tests also tend to not necessarily cover... this is a bit more vague, but basically what IQ is really, really good at, especially depending on how you design the test, is spatial visualization. I forgot the technical terms for the other types of intelligence that get tested. Linking words, that's where you lose like second language students, and yeah, basically stuff like that. Which, you know, right away has huge impacts on ethnic averages, because other ethnicities will tend to incorporate a lot more immigrants, so a lot of people who will have a weaker grasp on English and will just get outright penalized in IQ tests because of that. I always thought it was that IQ tests are flawed. Partially, the idea that IQ tests are worthless is wrong as well. They do say something about the person taking them. It would be insane to throw them in the trash outright. But they have to be taken with a grain of salt. If you're trying to interpret IQ tests without even understanding the biases and issues with the tests themselves, then you are going to draw wrong conclusions from them. Computer froze for a few minutes. Anyway, here's the PDF. All right. Survey of expert opinion on intelligence. Alright, on intelligence research, experts' background, controversial issues, and the media. Okay. Experts on intelligence completed a survey about IQ research, controversies, and the media. The survey was conducted in 2013 and 2014 using the internet-based expert questionnaire on cognitive ability. In this study, we examined the background of the experts, nationality, gender, religion, political orientation, and their positions on intelligence research, controversial issues, and the media. Most experts were male and from Western countries. Political affiliations ranged from left to the right, with more extreme responses within the left liberal spectrum. Experts rated the media and public debates as far below adequate. Experts with a left orientation were more likely to have positive views of the media. Contrast compared to female and left experts, male and right conservative experts were more likely to endorse the validity of IQ testing. Correlations with gender, politics are 55-41, okay. The G-factor theory of intelligence. I think that's the genetic factor theory of intelligence, right? Oh, a general mental ability that underlies multiple specific skills. Okay, no, so the G-factor theory of intelligence is the idea that there is one single intelligence that connects to all of your abilities instead of separating intelligences in different categories. Okay. I didn't mean to derail the stream. I just found that one comment curious. The idea that holding a certain descriptive opinion on racial differences constitutes racism. Because it goes against the scientific consensus as I understand it. It's an extremely biased opinion. Now I'm going to read this, and maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there is more about more to it than I thought as far as scientific consensus went on that. Hey Bengo9, how are you doing? Hey CryPie92. I am reading a study that Shangyang linked me. Shangyang is trying to debunk my claim that the scientific consensus is that there is very little there's very little genetic or racial influence, rather. That there's very, very little racial influence to disparities in IQ testing between ethnicities. Shangyang believes that you can there is a racial hierarchy of IQ, and I believe that that comes from bad science. So we're basically going over whether the expert opinion, where the expert opinion stands. Okay, and male and right conservative experts are more likely to endorse the impact of genes on U.S. black-white differences. The paper compares the results to those of prior expert surveys and discusses the role of experts' backgrounds with a focus on political orientation and gender. An underrepresentation of viewpoints associated with experts' background characteristics may distort research findings and should be addressed in higher education policy. The problem is I don't think there's one consensus. Well, one thing that I'll definitely concede is yeah, it definitely makes sense that in conservative circles, um, there would be much more of a of there would be the consensus would lean much more towards stuff like this, like genetic impact, and the genetic impact being racial in nature. That's not particularly surprising. One thing, I want to go back to the Wikipedia article. Race and IQ Wikipedia. There was this one sentence in here. There's a lot of stuff here that I found very interesting. That I want to keep underhand for the continuation of this discussion. Environmental influences on group differences in IQ, test bias. Oh yeah, this is the sentence. The scientific consensus is that there is no evidence for a genetic component behind IQ differences between racial groups. So I wanted to look closer at this one because this statement I believe to be true, and this statement allows us to if we accept that there is no genetic component behind IQ differences between racial groups, you can accept that there may be a genetic component to IQ without making it racist. Twice as many researchers in the sample identified as left-wing than right-wing. Yes, that's literally what I read. My memory's not that bad. I'm saying more so depending on field of study and national origin. Sure. Introduction, about the controversies, etc., etc. Okay, I'm 18 pages. Probably something I should read off stream. Intelligence research is no monolithic block. Different researchers come to different conclusions. Intelligence researchers vary in demographic factors, research area, productivity, and departmental affiliation. Such differences may affect opinions on intelligence. All right, so they conducted the method. The advantages, validity, and limits of expert surveys were discussed in prior reports of EQCA results, which examined the Flynn effect and cross-national differences in cognitive ability. So the Flynn effect is mentioned. Flynn effect. Okay, that's just the rise of IQ over time. Okay, just double checking. I mean, genes have influence on everything. They sure do. Hey, Jokesa, how are you doing? Like, I believe among anthropologists, the strong environmental hypothesis is consensus. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's the case. Yeah, every trait an organism has is a product of gene-environment interactions. Of course, in and of itself, that does not necessarily demonstrate that any given difference in phenotype between two populations is attributable to differences in genotype. Yes, absolutely. That is an absolutely true statement. The EQCA was an online survey. You know what? I'll be real with you. This is going to be really fucking boring for stream content. Do you guys want me to actually go through this? I don't mind, but something I could do is I could go over it in my free time and get back to you next stream, Shang Yang, and discuss it. Like, to take some notes and see if I agree, if it changes my mind. Maybe I'll have rebuttals. Games mod check. Just go for Biden. Yeah, all right. Let's keep this underhand, and let's have Actually, you know what even would be even better? I'll read this. I'll research it. Maybe I'll throw some studies at you, and we can prepare. And we can even, if you're willing, I would much rather do a discussion about on voice by voice, rather than like arguing like me voice, you wall of text. I think that would be a lot more interesting as well for the stream. It's mostly nurture related to IQ and explains why methodology bias the bell curve's conclusion. There's so much interbreeding between races that I think you can isolate particular groups of people as having a genetic advantage to IQ. I don't know. Actually, I'd rather like to talk about that beauty queen of Arkansas. Wait, what are you talking about? Beauty queen of Arkansas. Okay, I Google that and I end up on a Medium article about a murder in 2005. Pretty sure that's not what you meant. I don't know if I would be interested in voice, but I might be okay with like writing an analysis of a body of research. Look, the thing is also like you see, you're saying you don't want to drill and everything. I'm gonna be real with you. I wanna like It's an interesting topic, and I wanna be more informed and like able to if I read this and consider that your reasoning is wrong and there's an error in the conclusions you draw from this, then I want to be able to have a good rebuttal. If not, I want to be able to change my mind. So I do want to go over this, but I also am streaming and I want to make content out of it. And I want that content to be educational, but to be educational, it has to be entertaining. So me talking at someone in chat, like I can't make a video out of it. I can't really make content out of it. Which means that the reach will just be whoever is like listening at the time. So that's just the reality. I appreciate the honesty as well. Yeah, no problem. I tried to be. You meant Miss Hickabee Sanders. Wait, what's Miss Hickabee Sanders? What's going on? Sarah Huckabee Sanders is an American politician. Sarah Huckabee Sanders goes at woke left in State of the Union address. Okay, we need to watch the State of the Union address first, though. All right, let's just get onto that. Biden State of the Union address. Videos. 2022. Oh, come on. 15 hours ago. There we go. She gave the answer, the Republicans' answer to Biden's State of the Union. Okay, but well, let's see the State of the Union first, and then we can see her rebuttal. Don't want to do things upside down.
Mr. Speaker, the President of the United States.
Poggers. We're at volumes set. Biden's talking about union. She's talking about culture wars, and they're under attack. I mean, that's basically the conservative rhetoric for the past 10 years. Has it been 10 years? Right, Bush wasn't really about culture war, not in my memory. I could be misremembering though. I mean, Bush was about actual war. Bush was about the fucking Afghan war and Iraq war. You will see, but the bluntness is different. Okay. All right, let's skip ahead. Sleepy Joe, at it again. Can't even make it through a crowd on time.
Members of Congress, I have the high privilege and distinct honor to present to you the President of the United States.
Mr. Speaker. Thank you. You can smile. It's okay.
Okay, I'm curious. Do the... No, everyone's clapping. Okay, everyone's clapping. I was wondering if they were going to do like if the Republicans were like not going to clap because they hate Biden. No, everyone claps. Interesting.
Please. Mr. Speaker, Madam Vice President, our First Lady and Second Gentleman, good to see you guys up there. Members of Congress.
Hi.
By the way, Chief Justice, I may need a court order. She gets to go to the game tomorrow, next week. I have to stay home. Got to work something out here. Members of the Cabinet, leaders of
Ha! Marriage, am I right?
Justice, Supreme Court, and to you, my fellow Americans. You know, I start tonight by congratulating the 118th Congress and the new Speaker of the House, Kevin McCarthy.
Damn. Commie's already getting BTFO'd. McCarthy is back in the House.
Speaker, I don't want to ruin your reputation, but I look forward to working with you.
As always, I'm here to combat the right-wing
congratulate
bullshit.
the new
Well,
leader-
we're moving past it. But yeah, I'll go over that study that Chang Yang linked me, and let me put a marker since we're doing the State of the Union. I'll go over the that study, and I'll let you know if you want to be there when we have the discussion.
Party leader in history, Hakeem Jeffries. He won in spite of the fact I campaigned for him. Congratulations to the longest-serving leader in the history of the United States Senate, Mitch McConnell. Where are you, Mitch?
Damn.
And congratulations to Chuck Schumer, another.
Biden calling for applause for Mitch McConnell. That's
You know, another term as Senate Minority Leader.
I like that. I like that. You know, they gotta work together.
You're the Majority Leader.
Gotta be the better person.
Yeah, well, I tell you what. I want to give special recognition to someone who I think is going to be considered the greatest speaker in the history of the House of Representatives, Nancy Pelosi.
You know who I'd like? Who I want to fuck? Nancy Pelosi. He is doing that
Folks,
union thing.
The story
Yes.
of America is a story of progress and resilience, of always moving forward, of never, ever giving up. It's a story unique among all nations. We're the only country.
He's been watching Andrew Tate, okay? He's got that never give up
That's what we're doing again.
alpha male vibe now.
The economy is reeling. I stand here tonight after we've created, with the help of many people in this room, 12 million new jobs. More jobs created in 2 years than any president's created in 4 years because of you all.
He's gonna tell Republicans to stay in the kitchen.
2 years ago,
Small dick energy.
COVID had shut down, our businesses were closed, our schools were robbed of so much, and today, COVID no longer controls our lives. And 2 years ago, democracy faced its greatest threats in the Civil War, and today, though bruised, our democracy remains unbowed and unbroken.
True. Hey, not a lot of Republicans standing up for the January 6th mention, huh? That's curious.
Next chapter in the great American story.
I wonder why.
Progress and resilience. When world leaders ask me to define America, and they do, believe it or not, I say I can define it in one word, and I mean this: possibilities. We don't think anything is beyond our capacity. Everything is a possibility. You know, we're often told that Democrats and Republicans can't work together. But over the past 2 years, we've proved the cynics and naysayers wrong. Yes,
Actually true.
we disagreed plenty. And yes, there were times when Democrats went alone. But time and again, Democrats and Republicans came together to defend a stronger and safer Europe. We came together to pass once in a generation infrastructure law, building bridges connecting our nation and our people. We came
Actually
together
true.
to pass
Biden's been able to reach real effective compromise with the Republicans, and that's really important. Mad respect to him for that.
It's important.
Mitch McConnell's wife is so cute, honestly.
And in fact, I signed over 300 bipartisan pieces of legislation since becoming
He
president.
really looks like a fucking turtle, though.
The Electoral Count Reform Act. The Respect
But yeah,
to
she has a
Marriage
nice
Act,
smile.
the right to marry the person you love. And to my Republican friends, if we could work together the last Congress, there's no reason we can't work together and find consensus on important things in this Congress as well. I think, folks,
He digs the Asian stereotype. I didn't want to mention that, but so it seems like a lot of conservative people do fall for that Asian vibe. Yeah.
you all are as informed as I am, but I think the people sent us a clear message. Fighting for the sake of fighting. Power for the sake of power. Conflict for the sake
We
of power.
started. Yo, yeah, Ford. Sorry, we should have let you know. We started the State of the Union. You only missed the intro. You didn't miss any real big thing. Right now, Biden's just bragging. He's doing his. You know how in rap you got like diss tracks and you got like hype tracks. The hype tracks where the guy's like talking about all the mad shit he accomplished. That's Biden right now.
That's always been my vision of our country, and I know it's many of yours. To restore the soul of this nation.
What happened to the race realist? Still in chat. We've decided to postpone the discussion. I'll go over the studies and we'll try to have like a, I guess like an actual debate about the topic at some later point.
Factories closed down. Once thriving cities and towns that many of you represent became shadows of what they used to be. And along the way, something else we lost: pride, our sense of self-worth. I ran for president to fundamentally change things, to make sure our economy works for everyone, so we can all feel that pride in what we do. To build an economy from the bottom up and the middle out, not from the top down. Because when the middle class does well, the poor have a ladder.
Bottoms
up,
up.
the wealthy still
Fucking
do very
alcoholics.
well. We all do well.
Not permaban. Kudos to you for engaging. Well,
I know a lot of you always kid me for.
I'll say one thing.
Jobs about a lot more.
Shangyang's respecting TOS, even though those are very touchy topics, and is respectful of our difference in opinion, and isn't like trying to fuck with the stream. He was even apologizing for derailing. So yeah, I'd much rather engage with ideas than ban them if I can. If I don't feel equipped with them and I believe the ideas are equipped to deal with them and I believe the ideas are dangerous, then yeah, that's a good reason to get rid of them. But I don't think that's the case here. Anyways.
Than a paycheck. Is it really would say this? It's about a lot more than a paycheck. It's about your dignity. It's about respect. It's about being able to look your kid in the eye and say, honey.
I told you this was a rap hype track. Talking about respect.
We're not finished yet by any stretch of the imagination, but unemployment rate is at 3.4%, a 50-year low.
He's going to start talking about his lock.
Near record unemployment. Near record unemployment for black and Hispanic workers. We've already created, with your help, 800,000 good-paying manufacturing jobs, the fastest growth in 40 years. And where is it written? Where is it written that America can't lead the world in manufacturing? And I don't know where that's written. For too many decades, we imported projects and exported jobs. Now, thanks to what you've all done, we're exporting American products and creating.
Okay, this is really interesting. This is really interesting. Biden's really hyping up. What I hear when he's talking about bringing jobs back to America, he's setting up to take the voter base out from under the Republicans. That's what I'm hearing when I hear that. And also, well, specifically the specific voter base that can get caught up by how the conservative parties in most of the Western world have been adopting a lot of socialist talking points by taking on populist workers' jobs talking points. Biden is setting up to being able to bring those people back to the left. Brian, about Mexican employment numbers. Yo, we work harder than anyone else in the nation. Will the Inflation Reduction Act bring you back to the U.S. in the long run? Me? I don't know, man. I don't know. I don't know what my plans are in the long run as far as where I should live.
Inflation has been a global problem because the pandemic disrupted our supply chains, and Putin's unfair and brutal war in Ukraine disrupted energy supplies as well as food supplies, blocking all that grain in Ukraine. But we're better positioned than any country on earth right now. But we have more to do. But here at home, inflation is coming down. Here at home, gas prices are down $1.50 from their peak. Food inflation is coming down, not fast enough, but coming down. Inflation has fallen every month for the last 6 months, while take-home pay has gone up. Additionally, over the last 2 years...
Okay, so I read an article prior to this. I didn't pre-watch it, but I read an article prior to this. There's a little bit of a correction to be made here. Inflation is still at really high levels. And so when he says inflation has gone down, it's not that like inflation has stopped and is reverting and we have deflation. I think the article I read that pegged inflation right now at around 6%, which is way better than the 8, 9, 10% that was happening a couple months ago. That is a huge improvement. But the inflation that you usually want for an economy like the US or like European economies or in general, you rather want to be around like 2, 3% maximum. So 6% is still way too much. And Biden said it. Biden said there's a lot more to be done still.
Million Americans applied to start new businesses. 10 million.
Inflation for 2023 is
By
around
the way-
8.7%. The article I was saying was like just like the last month or something. They were, but I understand that we're already into, or maybe the article was wrong numbers. I don't know, but they were giving you something like 6 point something %.
Every time someone starts a small business is an act of hope. And Madam Vice President, I want to thank you for leading that effort to ensure that small businesses have
Small businesses, another buzzword when it comes to bringing back the disenfranchised voter base from under Trump.
Of American genius and possibilities. Semiconductors, small computer chips the size of a fingerprint that power everything from cell phones to automobiles and so much.
Oh, now this is just a safety issue.
Invented in America. Let's get that straight. They're invented in America. We used to make 40% of the world's chips.
Doritos.
We lost our edge.
Yes.
We're down to only producing 10%. We all saw what
Biden, see, this is why Biden is the gamer candidate, okay? He wants to bring Dorito chips production back to the U.S. That is so important for gamers. You need to understand. When we're letting the China make our chips, we are not getting that quality Dorito crust on our fingers. Like, are we even real gamers anymore? Truly a disgrace.
factories shut down overseas. Today's automobiles need 3,000 chips each of those automobiles. But American automobiles couldn't make enough cars because there weren't enough chips. Car prices went up, people got laid off, so did everything from refrigerators to cell phones. We can never let that happen again. That's why we came together to pass the Bipartisan Chips and Science Act.
Okay, I honestly, personally, I'm not a big fan of protectionism. I really don't like protectionism as an economic policy. But I also have to acknowledge that there's a fundamental reality to semiconductor production. Semiconductors are a security issue. They're not just an economic issue. They're not just an issue of let's pump out smartphones and laptops as cheap as possible. Semiconductors are part of every single supply chain, when it comes to military, when it comes to healthcare, when it comes to things that are fundamental for our entire society. That is why we had questions such as, should we allow Huawei routers to be the backbone of our network system, of our networks in the U.S.? It's so easy. It would be so easy when you're manufacturing those black boxes to just add one little chip here and there that allow you to have a backdoor, allow you to monitor networks, have a man in the middle when it comes to breaking security. Those are all, sadly, huge security liabilities. Hot take for Twitch politics guy. Yeah, I know, right? Hey, Fate, how are you doing? So Biden hasn't mentioned security threat yet in this speech, and I suspect he probably will not. I think he'll focus on this whole, like, bring back workers, bring back jobs. He's talking to the people. He's not talking to the foreign policy nerds. So I think he'll stick on that, and he doesn't want to do like nationalist populism, talking about China as an enemy and all that stuff. That's probably not going to be the direction the speech goes into. Tell that to the EU and our satellite project. Yeah, I know. I have some hope for the EU with regards to the fact that I think it was Lithuania or Estonia, I don't remember which one of those, the Baltic countries, that had spoken up for Taiwan, and China had decided to Liechtenstein. No, it was not Liechtenstein. It was an actual Baltic country. China had decided to ban them from being able to buy semiconductors from China, in exchange for which Taiwan has promised to help them set up their own production for semiconductors. So if we start having actual semiconductor manufacturing capabilities, especially in Estonia, something that's not very well known, Estonia is the headquarters of the cybersecurity part of NATO. Well, it's also on the Russian border, so maybe having the semiconductor production there is not the best idea for, like, if we were thinking of, like, worst case scenarios, but in a certain sense, it actually makes a lot of sense to have safe semiconductor production that's under EU regulation happening there. Put it in France. Macron would be so happy to have that. Unironically, he would be stoked. He would be so chuffed to have all the chips. Anyways, moving on.
Folks, I know I've been criticized for saying this, but I'm not changing my view. We're going to make sure the supply chain for America begins in America. The supply chain begins in America. We've already created.
So the problem,
8,000 new manufacturing jobs.
the problem with protectionism as an ideology, for those who, it fundamentally is, it has advantages. It has advantages, but the main problem is you are going to be looking at very, very adversarial trade relations with countries when you start cutting into their bottom line through protectionism. Lithuania was the country, and I remember it was over a Taiwanese embassy. Okay, thank you. Thank you for the fact check. So short term, this will stimulate jobs and stimulate cash flow within the American economy, which are good things. Long term, tariff wars and trade inequalities might actually cost the American economy more than is offered by protectionism. There is a trade-off there. And that trade-off might be worth it. I'm not saying protectionism is always bad. I'm not like a neoliberal shill, like we always free trade everywhere, no regulations, anything. I don't believe that. But the trade-offs must be calculated. If the trade-off is, you're always going to lose some economic power, but if that trade-off offers other things that are important, then it's worth it.
Without this law, before the law kicks in, with this new law, we're going to create hundreds of thousands of new jobs across the country. And I mean all across the country. Throughout not just the coast, but through the middle of the country as well. That's going to come from companies that have announced more than $300 billion in investment in American manufacturing over the next few years. Outside of Columbus, Ohio.
Oh, bringing back investment into factories in the U.S. That's pretty big.
A field of dreams.
For half of the people in that room doing these study innovations, for every third sentence, their workout of the year.
In those factories, once they're finished, they call them factories. Jobs paying an average of $130,000.
Once again, he's using the word factories, and he's insisting on it. Going back to the basic worker populism rhetoric, that seems to be the theme of the speech.
It's just getting started. Think about the new homes, the small businesses, the medium-sized businesses. So much more that's going to be needed to support those 3,000 permanent jobs and the factories that are going to be built. Talk to mayors and governors. Democrats.
Yeah, like I said, huge cash flow within the country. There are definitely economic benefits to doing things this way.
But to maintain the strongest economy in the world,
and he's not going to talk about the costs. Not in this speech.
And folks, as you all know, we used to be #1 in the world.
No one's clapping on the Republican side.
United States of America, 13th.
Not anymore.
Modern infrastructure. But now we're coming back. Because we came together and passed the bipartisan infrastructure law, the largest investment in infrastructure since President Eisenhower's interstate highway system.
Oh, now we got some Republicans clapping. Okay.
And folks,
well, because they signed the bill as well. That was a bipartisan bill.
Over 20,000 projects, including major airports from Boston to Atlanta to Portland. Projects that are going to put thousands of people to work rebuilding our highways, our bridges, our railroads, our tunnels, ports, airports, clean water, high-speed internet, all across America. Urban, rural, tribal.
Remember when ISPs were given millions and millions of dollars to build high-speed internet, and they delivered on like 1% of what they were supposed to build with that money, and nothing happened. Nothing happened. No fines. No anything. They still have their monopolies or duopolies. No one cares. Is this 2 times speed? It's 1.5 times speed. If he always talked like this, he'd be twice as popular, sadly. I unironically, dude, when it comes to talking fast, I've been thinking about it, and now I'm like talking fast because of that. I want to talk faster. I want to be more like Daddy Destiny. In the sense of talking fast, it actually really does play into making more compelling speeches. It really does play into it. I was watching this TikTok clip of Destiny like destroying a bunch of Red Pill nerds on Fresh and Fit. And like his the speed at which he talks really does help him drive the point home.
Getting started.
He's so based, but I understand it's hard to see him past him sounding like a great grandpa. And yeah, talking faster means people will understand you less. Not if you enunciate properly. Like the reality is, you can understand things at a much higher speed than you can speak them.
Well, but don't worry. I promised I'd be a president for all Americans. We'll fund these projects. And I'll see you at the ground.
Wait a second. This is 1.5 times speed, and it's perfectly legible.
Look. This law will further unite all of America. Projects like Brent Spence Bridge in Kentucky over the Ohio River. Built 60
more
years
infrastructure.
Badly needed repairs. One of the nation's most congested freight routes, carrying $2 billion worth of freight every single day across the Ohio River. And folks, We've been talking about fixing it for decades, but we're really finally going to get it done. I went there last month with Democrats and Republicans and from both states to deliver a commitment of $1.6 billion for this project. And while I was there, I met a young woman named Sarah, who's here tonight. I don't know where Sarah is. Is she up in the box? I don't know. Sarah, how are you?
Hey, Sarah.
Well, Sarah, for 30 years, I learned, she told me she'd been a proud member of the Iron
I like her dress.
known as...
She definitely dressed up for the occasion. Look at her. She's classy AF.
The folks who built
What's the chance for France joining the Union? Probably not very high.
God bless her. That's pride. And that's what we're also building. We're building back pride. Look, we're also replacing poisonous lead pipes that go into...
Oh, that's huge.
400.
That's huge. I don't think people realize how big of a plague lead has been to America. Like we were talking about IQ earlier. Lead is probably one of the biggest environmental factors in IQ disparities and negative effects in the U.S.
To help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands were doing across the country.
Everyone I talk to about Ben Shapiro always brings up how fast he talks. It definitely makes you appear smarter, yeah.
We're going to buy American. We're going to buy American. Folks.
Wait, what did he just say? Sorry, I need to go back.
It's totally consistent with international trade rules. Poisonous lead pipes.
Poisonous lead pipes.
We're making sure.
Every community in America.
Every community in America has access to affordable high-speed internet. No parent should have to drive by McDonald's parking lot to help them do their homework online with their kids, which many thousands were doing across the country. And when we do these projects, and again, I get criticized.
Oh, we're going to buy American. Oh, back to the protectionism. Okay.
Folks.
Which, for internet infrastructure, is actually important. Yo, Bernie!
And it's totally
Top B.
Top
Top B in the crowd.
For too long, past administrations
Punished Bernie.
have fought to get around it. Not anymore. Tonight, I'm announcing new standards require all construction materials used in federal infrastructure projects to be made in America. Made in America. I mean it. Lumber, glass, drywall, fiber optic cable. And on my watch, American roads, bridges, American highways are going to be made with American products as well. Folks.
I'm not sure that drywall... Okay, what is drywall made of?
Listen to you tonight. I know you feel it.
Like, construction materials being made in the U.S. from start to finish, I don't think that makes economic sense, honestly. You can carry... like, the...
Jobs that went away, you remember them, don't you?
The prime resources that go into construction... That's not something you actually want to be forced to source from your own country if you don't have huge reserves of them.
Jobs are coming back. Pride is coming back. Because choices we made in the last several years. You know, this is...
I actually honestly hope he doesn't deliver on that, on the whole construction materials part of the protectionism. That doesn't make sense to me.
Staring at the ceiling, wondering what in God's names happens if your spouse gets cancer, or your child gets deadly ill, or something happens to you. What are you going to get money to pay for those medical bills? Or are you going to have to sell the house or try to get a second mortgage on it? I get it. I get it. With the Inflation Reduction Act that I signed into law, we're taking on powerful interest to bring healthcare costs down so you can sleep better at night with more security. You know, we pay more for prescription drugs than any nation in the world. Let me say it again. We pay more for prescription drugs than any major nation on earth. For example, 1 in 10 Americans has diabetes. Many of you and in the audience.
Oh, he's going to hit him with the insulin.
Diabetes.
Nice.
So they can literally stay alive. Insulin's been around for over 100 years. The guy who invented it didn't even patent it because he wanted it to be available for everyone. It cost the drug companies roughly $10 a vial to make that insulin. Packaging it all, you may get up to $13.
The last step will be assembled in the U.S. and called Made in USA. One of my basses is like that. My Fender Jazz bass is made in the USA, but it actually was made in Mexico, and they just assembled the parts in a factory right across the border. Yo, Bono! What is Bono doing here? And who's that next to him? I'm like 99% sure this is Bono, right? Let me double check. Let me double check. Yeah, I think that's him. I think that's him. U2 is coming to watch Biden's speech. Seriously? I'm cool. That's cool. That's cool. I'm just surprised. Isn't he? He doesn't have a U.S. citizenship, doesn't he? I know he's Irish, but did he ever acquire U.S. citizenship? He could have. Musical career. Obviously, you don't need to be a U.S. citizen to watch the State of the Union, but I'm just assuming that it's not that interesting to you if you're not actually an American citizen, a U.S. citizen. I guess he did meet Barack Obama in 2010. Yeah, I guess he's always been pretty political. You gotta grant that. Bono's definitely always been a very political artist. I think he has both. Yeah, that's what I wanted to look up. The Asian-looking guy is the guy who stopped that one guy in California at those ballroom places.
Only now coming to fruition. We said we were doing this, and we said we passed.
Okay, I don't know what you're referring to.
People didn't know because the law didn't take effect until January 1 of this year. We capped the cost of insulin at $35 a month for seniors
Nice.
on Medicare.
$35 a month for seniors on Medicare. That's good.
I'm sure you're getting the same calls I'm getting. Look, there are millions of other Americans who are not on Medicare, including 200,000 young people with type 1 diabetes who need this insulin to stay alive. Let's finish the job this time. Let's cap the cost of insulin for everybody at $35.
Yeah, do it. Yeah, whenever, especially recently, we've talked about healthcare a couple times, and like Medicare is really great, and I really like that. I think the U.S. has taken a great step in a good direction, but I guess I need to read up more about it. But it's crazy how it's crazy how much of an issue there is with how many people are just not covered by Medicare. I don't understand how that works. You cap the prices and inflation will boom. Not on insulin. I don't think I don't think capping the price of insulin is going to affect inflation across the entire economy. Especially given that insulin has very specific characteristics to how it functions economically. What do you mean? Everyone over 65 gets Medicare once they turn 65. Oh, and before that, only if you only have insurance if you're employed, right? That's how it works. Yeah, that's fucked up. You should be insured even if you're not whatchamacallit, employed, is my opinion. They have predatory employers. That makes sense. What drugs was Biden on? Seems good. Yeah. Yes, Medicaid is the unemployment memes, or if you don't make any money. Okay. Oh, you are. Okay, oh, it's Medicaid. Okay, I'm confusing Medicaid and Medicare. My bad. I understand. But okay. Well, thank you.
I promise you, they're going to do very well. This law also caps, and it won't go into effect.
Well, if you don't work, you die. True.
Out-of-pocket drug costs for seniors on Medicare at a maximum of $2,000 a year. You don't have to pay more than $2,000 a year, no matter how much your drug costs are. Because you know why? You all know it. Many of you, like many in my family, have cancer. You know the drugs can range from $10, $11, $14, $15,000 for the cancer drugs. If drug prices rise faster than inflation, drug companies are going to have to pay Medicare back the difference. We're finally giving Medicare the power to negotiate drug prices. Bringing down prescription drug costs doesn't just save seniors money. It cuts the federal deficit by billions of dollars, by hundreds of billions of dollars.
And a healthier population is more tax money.
Purchased by Medicare to keep their commitment.
Like spending money. There are two things that one of them is easily measurable. Spending money on investing in more IRS is like pound for pound the best return on investment that governments can usually spend money on. And then I believe honestly that health insurance or healthcare, sorry, that improving the healthcare across the board for your citizens is going to be one of the best returns on investment you can ever spend tax money on. The only way to be underinsured is to be employed but not get it through your job, like contract workers who should negotiate. I see. There wouldn't be any inflation if Trump was president. He knows more about the economy than Biden. After all, he's an actual successful businessman. I'm pretty sure Gobinus is trolling. It's been a while since I saw you, so I don't actually like remember your specific political bent, but I'm pretty sure he's trolling. That's like a hard thing to to say unironically. Let's be real. Okay, here's the reasoning why you need to work for health insurance that makes universal healthcare moot. If you don't work, you can't afford food and will die faster than... Fuck off. There was no inflation under Trump and he didn't print trillions of dollars. Yeah, of course. Trump gave better speeches. Okay. He gave more entertaining speeches. And actually, no, this speech is pretty good, okay? Turn it on 1.5 times speed and it's actually pretty good. I'm enjoying it.
When we want that. Now some members here are threatening, and I know it's not an official party position, so I'm going to exaggerate, but threatening to repeal the Inflation Reduction Act. As my coach, that's okay, that's fair. As my football coach used to say, lots of luck in your senior year. Make no mistake, if you try anything to raise the cost of prescription drugs, I will veto it. Look, I'm pleased to say that more Americans have health insurance now than ever in history. A record 16 million people are enrolled in the Affordable Care Act. And thanks to the law I signed last year, saving millions or saving $800 a year on their premiums. And by the way, that law was written and the benefit expires in 2025. So my plea to some of you, at least in this audience, let's finish the job and make these savings permanent. Expand coverage.
Yeah, that's going to be hard.
Look,
now that Republicans have more control in the Congress and stuff, that's going to be hard.
Lowering utility bills, creating American jobs, leading the world to a clean energy future. I visited the devastating aftermath of record floods, droughts, storms, and wildfires from Arizona to Mexico to all the way up to the Canadian border. More timber has been burned, that I've observed from helicopters, than the entire state of Missouri. And we don't have global warming? Not a problem. In addition to emergency recovery, from Puerto Rico to Florida to Idaho, we're rebuilding for the long term. New electric grids.
Nice.
That are able to weather major storms.
Oh, that's huge. That's huge. Preparation for climate change is a really, really important investment for all countries right now.
500,000 electric vehicles.
Gotta tackle that in advance.
By tens of thousands of IBW workers.
You can text President Biden, yes.
We're helping families save more than $1,000.
Send him some oohs.
Efficient appliances, energy efficient appliances. Historic conservation efforts to be responsible stewards of our land. Let's face reality. The climate crisis doesn't care if you're in a red or blue state. It's an existential threat. We have an obligation, not to ourselves, but to our children and grandchildren, to confront it.
True.
I'm proud of how America, at last, is stepping up to the challenge. We're still going to need oil and gas for a while. But guess what? No, we do. But there's so much more to do. We've got to finish the job. And we pay for these investments in our future by finally making the wealthiest and biggest corporations begin to pay their fair share. Just begin.
And not a lot of clappas on the Republican side now.
I think a lot of you at home.
He's a capitalist. We got it. We got him.
The tax system is not
We got the
fair.
soundbite.
It is not fair. Look, the idea that in 2020, 55 of the largest corporations in America, the Fortune 500, made $40 billion in profits and paid zero in federal taxes? Zero? Folks, it's simply not fair. But now, because of the law I signed, billion-dollar companies have to pay a minimum of 15%. God love them.
That is huge.
15%.
Yep.
That's less than a nurse pays.
The corporate tax reform is
I said
huge.
at the very beginning, under my plans, as long as I'm president, nobody earning less
He'll
than
fix climate change by
$400,000
punishing
paying
for
an additional
business.
penny in taxes. Nobody.
Oh, God.
Not one penny. But let's finish the job. There's more to do.
You actually have brain
We
damage.
have to reward work, not just wealth. Pass my proposal for the billionaire minimum tax. You know, there's 1,000 billionaires in America. It's up from about 600 at the beginning of the term. But no billionaire should be paying a lower tax rate than a school teacher or firefighter. I mean it. Think about it. I mean, look. I know you aren't enthusiastic about that, but think about it. Think about it. Have you noticed Big Oil just reported its profits, record profits? Last year they made $200 billion in the midst of a global energy crisis. I think it's outrageous. Why? They invested too little of that profit to increase domestic production. And when I talk to a couple of them, they say, we're afraid you're going to shut down all the oil wells, all the oil refineries anyway, so why should we invest in them? I said, we're going to need oil for at least another decade. And that's going to exceed. And beyond that, we're going to need it. Production. If they had, in fact, invested in the production to keep gas prices down, instead, they used the record profits to buy back their own stock, rewarding their CEOs and shareholders. Corporations ought to do the right thing. That's why I propose we quadruple the tax on corporate stock buybacks and encourage long-term investments.
Oh, fuck. No, that's bad. Okay. Okay, there's a real small issue here. Buybacks are nothing more or less than a convoluted system for dividends. The only reason companies are doing like... sorry. Okay, just going through. The only... Okay, let me start again. Okay, this is a really important thing because a lot of people don't understand what buybacks actually are. Buybacks, stock buybacks, functionally, are nothing more or less than a convoluted alternative dividend payout scheme. The reason why companies usually prefer, especially in recent times, prefer buybacks to dividends is just tax optimization. That's it. That's the only thing happening here. The only thing that would make sense is to tax buybacks and dividends the same way. That's all that needs to happen. And then companies want to pay dividends through buybacks or like actual dividends. It doesn't matter. They're honestly, like, mathematically, they're the same thing. They're different flavors of the same thing. They'll function a bit differently depending on how shareholders will manage their stock, but they literally are the same thing. Treating buybacks as the evil thing is drowning the real issue, which is just having dividends be fairly taxed.
Profit.
Okay, sorry, I need to check something real quick. Sorry. My girlfriend's making some tartiflette, and she wasn't sure if it was ready, so I wanted me to check it out. Is it forcing people to be more open to invest in something different than shares? Well, the thing is, shares are already investing in different things, right? If you buy shares in a pharmaceutical company, you're investing in pharmaceuticals. If you buy shares in Apple, you're investing in iPhones and MacBooks. If you buy shares in like, shares are a neutral thing. They're just a vehicle that represents your investment into a company. Nothing more, nothing less. There's no such thing as investing not with shares. You can name it differently, but then it's just semantics. You're still investing money. Sophie based enough to interrupt the President of the United States. True. True. We all know where the real power lies here. I'm saying they want to see a different vehicle. But so you create different vehicles for investment, but shares are a vehicle that makes a lot of sense, fundamentally speaking. I don't think there's any like fundamental issue with shares at the very least. I have never seen any like credible critique that stocks are a bad representation of your investment in the company. All right, let's go on.
Let's finish the job and close the loophole to allow very wealthy to avoid paying their taxes. Instead of cutting the number of audits for wealthy taxpayers, I just signed a law to reduce the deficit by $114 billion by cracking down on wealthy tax
based. Oh, you remember what I was saying? One of the best returns on investment for a government is investing more in tax investigations. That money, I think, I don't know if that stat exists for the US, but here in France, there was this study that showed that, like, to get €1 extra in tax money back, all the government needs to do is invest like 0.3 or 0.4 euros. No one feels safe to invest in Biden's America. That's just patently false. Biden himself was saying earlier about how he's been able to bring back a lot of investment into what's the fundamental capital of production: factories, facilities that allow you to produce things. Biden just did that. He expanded the IRS by a ton. Yeah, well, that's what he's just talking about. Have you ever considered you're wrong about everything? Not really, because that would be a wrong thing to consider. After all, I'm right. The amount of capital should be taken into account by assigning auditors. Yeah, I'm not sure what you're referring to. The IRS in France and the US get that money from the poor, though. Yeah, most of tax money comes from the working class. Yes. The rich can get away who bleed any. Oh yeah, I'm not sure what you're writing there. You're most definitely wrong about most things concerning the tags on your page. You, my friend, are very, very are a fucking intellectual powerhouse. I see. Truly, you have ascertained the extent of my capabilities in just a glance. I'm impressed. More taxes means more spending on unnecessary free meals for illegals. Wow, Govinus, you're not a troll. You're an idiot.
That's being fiscally responsible. In the last 2 years, my administration has cut the deficit by more than $1.7 trillion, the largest deficit reduction in American history. Under the previous administration, the American deficit went up 4 years in a row. Because those record deficits, no president added more to the national debt in any 4 years than my predecessor. Nearly 25% of the entire national debt that took over 200 years to accumulate was added by just one administration alone, the last one. They're the facts. Check it out. Check it out. How did Congress respond to that debt? They did the right thing. They lifted the debt ceiling 3 times without preconditions or crisis. They paid American bills to prevent an economic disaster in the country. So tonight I'm asking the Congress to follow suit. Let's commit here tonight to the full faith and credit of the United States of America will never, ever be questioned. So some of my Republican friends want to take the economy hostage. I get it, unless I agree to their economic plans. All of you at home should know what those plans are. Instead of making the wealthy pay their fair share, some Republicans want Medicare and Social Security to sunset. I'm not saying it's the majority.
Oh, damn.
Let me give you, anybody who doubts it, contact my office. I'll give you a copy. I'll give you a copy of the proposal. That means Congress doesn't vote. Well, I'm glad to see you. And I tell you, I enjoy conversion.
Got him.
If Congress doesn't keep the programs the way they are, they'd go away. Other Republicans say, I'm not saying it's a majority of you. I don't even think it's even a significant, but it's being proposed by individuals.
What the hell was that sign she did?
Them,
Clearly, she's a satanic.
Look.
She's a satanic representative here. Look at it. Look at it. She just did the horns.
Moved into being threatened to default on the debt.
I always knew deaf people were evil. You know what's worse than January 6th? Actually interfering with elections by social media manipulation. Oh yeah, sure. Breaking into the fucking ceremony for admitting the new president is less bad than what media. People fucking. I honestly though. I think we can build a bridge here, Juan Zerka. I do believe that political campaigning should be regulated. It shouldn't just be whoever has the most money, whoever has the most bots, etc., etc. It should be regulated. I'd prefer that for sure. Control a bit more, like the extent to which media can be used as a weapon politically when it comes to campaigning. Outside of campaigning, I care as an actor in the society, but I don't think that should be regulated as much. Acting as if social media manipulation doesn't matter. I literally just granted you that. Regulating campaigning. Do you want the government to fund campaigns? Not necessarily, though that is a system that works in a lot of democracies. Why did leftists collude so hard during the 2020? What the fuck is collusion, you fucking dumbass? Yes, people who have the same political inclinations work together to try to acquire political power. When Republicans work together to build a campaign, they are colluding on social media. Wow, you are so fucking peanut-brained.
Folks. So, folks, as we all apparently agree, Social Security and Medicare is off the books now, right? They're not to be funded. All right. We got unanimity.
I'm not defeated by Lucifer. I am Lucifer, okay?
Social Security, Medicare are a lifeline for millions of seniors. Americans have to pay into them from the very first paycheck.
I'll answer to God on Judgment Day. Dude, I can answer to him right now. Have him call me. Give him my number. Give God my number. I need to talk to him.
We will not cut Social Security. We will not cut Medicare.
Based
Those
Biden.
benefits belong to the American people. They earned it. And if anyone tries to cut Social Security, which apparently no one's going to do, and if anyone tries to cut Medicare, I'll stop them. I'll veto it. And look, I'm not going to allow them to be taken away. Not today, not tomorrow, not ever. But apparently it's not going to be a problem. Next month, when I offer my fiscal plan, I ask my Republican friends to lay down their
No,
plans.
man, that you're the mod. You're God.
Let's sit down together and discuss our mutual plans together. Let's do that. I can tell you, the plan I'm going to show you is going to cut the deficit by another $2 trillion. And it won't cut a single bit of Medicare or Social Security. In fact, we're going to extend the Medicare Trust Fund at least 2 decades, because that's going to be the next argument. How do we keep it solvent, right? Well, we'll not raise tax on anyone making under 400 grand, but we'll pay for it the way we talked about tonight, by making sure that the wealthy and big corporations pay their fair share. Look. Here's the deal. They aren't just taking advantage of the tax code. They're taking advantage of you, the American consumer. Here's my message to all of you out there. I have your back. We're already preventing Americans from receiving surprise medical bills, stopping $1 billion surprise bills per month so far. We're protecting seniors' life savings by cracking down on nursing homes that commit fraud, endanger patient safety, prescribe drugs that are not needed. Millions of Americans can now save thousands of dollars because they can finally get a hearing aid over the counter without a prescription.
Oh, that's fucking based. Remember when I was talking about return on investment?
It's not capitalism. It's extortion.
People who can hear, they'll be more productive in society.
It's exploitation. Last year,
We talked about it with the Mr. Beast thing too.
That were making you pay higher prices for every good coming into the country. I signed a bipartisan bill to cut shipping costs by 90%, helping American farmers,
That's
businessmen,
when
and
Bill
consumers.
Nye throws you a surprise birthday party. True.
Passed the bipartisan legislation to strengthen antitrust enforcement and prevent big online platforms from giving their own products an unfair advantage.
Yo! Let's go! Finally, regulating Amazon, fucking around with algorithms and stealing product designs to mess around with small businesses and entrepreneurs. I love that. I'm pretty sure that's what Biden is actually referring to here. Now, also, let me go back. I missed something.
Last year, I cracked down with the help of many of you on foreign shipping companies that were making you pay higher prices for every good coming into the country. I signed a bipartisan bill to cut shipping costs by 90%, helping American farmers, businessmen, and consumers. Let's finish the job. Passed the bipartisan legislation to strengthen antitrust enforcement and for
Antitrust enforcement.
Big online platforms giving their own products.
Okay,
unfair.
I'm very, very curious about this. This has been one of the things I've talked about very often on stream. I feel like the USA has given up on fighting monopolies when it comes to the tech world. Partially because the monopolies are kind of harder to quantify nowadays. So if you just look at market share statistics, then there is no such thing as an actual monopoly in the US. But if you look at the way people actually use technology, there are monopolistic issues. When you look at Google being the #1 platform through which we access the internet, quite by far. When you look at operating systems, especially for smartphones, we only have 2 choices basically, right? Either Android or Apple. There are big problems with tech platforms controlling all of our access to information.
Advantage.
Nope, not giving up. You don't understand that U.S. tech is basically a branch of the government. It's used for espionage, foreign influence, and national security. They protect each other. That's part of it is true. Like Microsoft and Amazon, Intel, all those people, they vie for government military contracts and all that kind of stuff. So that there definitely are ties there, but I don't think that's as true as you think it is. Consider, for example, Apple. Apple never conceded to the U.S. Encryption backdoors to the iMessage messages or to the iCloud data, which they have conceded to the Chinese government, because the Chinese government could undemocratically ban Apple platforms from the country, whereas the U.S. government doesn't have that leverage. So Apple has actually chosen to defend consumers' privacy over government interests when it came to those things. So not necessarily. It's not that there are ties, but I wouldn't say that it's that much of a conspiracy. that they're like basically a branch of the government. I think that's a huge exaggeration in this case.
My administration is also taking on junk fees, those hidden surcharges too many companies use to make you pay more. For example, we're making airlines show you the full ticket price up front, refund your money if your flight is canceled or delayed. We reduced exorbitant bank overdrafts by saving consumers more than $1 billion a year. We're cutting credit card late fees by 75% from $30 to $8.
Nice.
Look,
those policies are huge because the banks and credit card companies make most of their money on less financially literate people abusing those kinds of fees, which means it's directly impacting poor people. How many times have I read stories or talked to people and they were like, I didn't notice I was buying $20 in groceries. I didn't notice I only had $18 in my checking account, and now I'm down like I'm negative $50 on my account because like surcharges, a couple days, extra surcharges, and boom, you're getting fucking destroyed on banking surcharges. I want to compare that to France. Here in France, all those kinds of surcharges, all the extra fees and payments, all that stuff still exists. Obviously, you can't get away with just like stealing money from the bank, but it's very, very strictly regulated, and that allows it to be a lot less cruel to the people who are living paycheck to paycheck.
May not matter to the very wealthy, but they matter to most other folks in homes like the one I grew up in, like many of you did. They add up to hundreds of dollars a month. They make it harder for you to pay your bills or afford that family trip. I know how unfair it feels when a company overcharges you and gets away with it. Not anymore. We've written a bill to stop it all. It's called the Junk Fee Prevention Act. We're going to ban surprise resort fees that hotels charge on your bill. Those fees can cost up to $90 a night at hotels that aren't even resorts.
Okay.
The idea that cable, internet, and cell phone companies can charge you $200 or more if you decide to switch to another provider. Give me a break. We can stop service fees on tickets to concerts and sporting events and make companies disclose all the fees up front. And we'll prohibit airlines from charging $50 round trip for family just to be able to sit together. Baggage fees are bad enough. Airlines can't treat your child like a piece of baggage.
Fair enough, joke. So you're right that Amazon is definitely much strongly tied to the government than the example I was giving about Apple. And you make some good points, yeah. But I stand by the fact that all U.S. tech is not the same in that regard. Typically, Amazon had the contract on the military AI thing a couple of years back. That contract was actually won by Google in the first place, but Google chose not to take it not because they didn't want to. It's because the employees were threatening Google with a mass walkout if Google was making military AI. But so depends on the companies.
Americans are tired of being played for suckers. So pass the Junk Fee Prevention Act so companies stop ripping us off. For too long.
Gobinus, I love how you're so fucking reactionary that when you hear Biden say that he wants to write into law that companies just have to be transparent about what they're charging you, you're like, they may want to make it harder for those who contribute the most to the economy. Do words actually have meaning in your world?
But not anymore. We're beginning to restore the dignity of work. For example, I should have known this, but I didn't until 2 years ago. 30 million workers have to sign non-compete agreements with the jobs they take. 30 million. So a cashier at a burger place can't walk across town and take the same job at another burger place and make a few bucks more. It just changed. But they just changed it because we exposed it. That was part of the deal, guys. Look it up. But not anymore. We're banning those agreements so companies have to compete for workers and pay them what they're worth.
Nice. That's very reasonable.
This is bound to get a response from my friends on my left but the right. I'm so sick and tired of companies breaking the law by preventing workers from organizing. Pass the PRO Act.
Oh, shit. All right, now this is a real lefty policy, and I fully support it.
And let's guarantee all workers have a living wage.
Yes, help break union busting.
Raise a family with sick days, paid family medical leave, affordable child care. That's going to enable millions of more people to go and stay at work. And let's restore the full child tax credit, which gave tens of millions of parents some breathing room. and cut child poverty in half to the lowest level in history. And by the way, when we do all these things,
That would be based.
we increase
I don't know if it'll pass,
we
but
increase
that would be
economic
based.
growth. So let's finish the job and get more families access to affordable quality housing. Let's get
And
seniors
Biden is
who wanna
right.
stay in their
Those
homes
are
and
investments into your society.
more breathing room
When
and
you're
minimum
passing this like
caregivers,
child
looking
tax
after their
credit,
loved
that
ones.
kind of stuff,
Pass my plan so we get seniors and people with disabilities the home care.
those are policies that actually
Support
make more money
the workers
in
who are
the
doing
long
job
term.
work. These plans are fully paid for, and we can afford to do them. Restoring the dignity of work means making education an affordable ticket to the middle class. You know, when we made public education, 12 years of it universal in the last century.
Gobinus, I don't think you realize what design as a business even means.
Best paid nation in the world. But the rest of the world's caught up. It's caught up. Jill, my wife, who teaches full time, has an expression. I hope I get it right, kid. Any nation that out-educates us is going to outcompete us. Any nation out-educates is going to outcompete us. Folks, we all know 12 years of education is not enough to win the economic competition of the 21st century. We want to have the best educated workforce. Let's finish the job by providing access to preschool for 3 and 4 years old. Studies show that children who go to preschool are nearly 50% more likely to finish high school and go on to earn a 2 or 4 year degree, no matter their background they came from. Let's give public school teachers a raise. We're making progress by reducing student debt, increasing Pell Grants for working and middle-class families. Let's finish the job and connect students to career opportunities.
That's like his catchphrase for the whole speech. Let's finish the job, which is understandable. It's like 2 years into his presidency. That's what it's an understandable theme for the speech. Yo, I'm gonna need to free childcare soon. Let's go, hurry up. True. You're gonna need that, Kino. I'd go as far as to say Amazon has more power over the government due to the fact that it has 1% of the U.S. workforce. Okay, I hadn't thought of that in those terms, but yeah, that's huge. Streamer, what's your opinion on the leaked Whole Foods document showing that ethnic diversity corresponds with lower unionization rates? I have not seen that document. As long as workers are free to unionize or not unionize however they choose, I don't really have an opinion. When will Biden announce a pay raise for himself?
Provide access to 2 years of community college, the best career training in America, in addition to being a pathway to a 4-year degree. Let's offer every American a path to a good career, whether they go to college or not. And folks,
What I don't like, when I was talking about unions, what I don't like is union busting. I don't like employers using the power disadvantage that workers have, abusing the power disadvantage that workers have to take away workers' rights. Don't unions force themselves on a minority that don't want them? I don't know. We need to like read whatever document that is and see if they even offer an explanation. It might just be the data and no explanation. How are we supposed to know why it happens? It is interesting, though, that in the early 20th century, the American Socialist Party defended racially exclusive immigration policies on that basis. I find it interesting that racism was a prevalent ideology in the US, yes, but not for the same reasons you find it interesting. If I don't want a union and half of my office does, I have to have one, right? Not necessarily, no. It might become a problem if the union makes the job become a union job. Then they kind of have like a monopoly over like having access to that job, and I'm not sure how that works legally speaking. But a union is not at all supposed to be a gatekeeper of who can work or not in a specific job. At least my experience here in France, where unions are really powerful, no one is restricted or promoted for a job because of being in a union or not. It's not interesting that they were racist. I find that very interesting, Chang Yang.
when schools were closed and we were shutting down everything, let's recognize how far we came in the fight against the pandemic itself. While the virus is not gone, thanks to the resilience of the American people and the ingenuity of medicine, we've broken the COVID grip on us. COVID deaths are down by 90%. We've saved millions of lives and opened up our country. We opened our country back up. And soon we'll end the public health emergency. But that's called a public health emergency. But we'll remember the toll and pain that's never going to go away. More than 1 million Americans lost their lives to COVID. 1 million. Families grieving. Children orphaned.
What's the point of a union then, if not to give the union employees more opportunity/pay than others? No, a union is a solidarity movement. The union will seek better pay for all people, whether they're part of the union or not. If the union only seeks better pay for itself and its own members within the scope of the same company, I don't even know. That might even be illegal. I don't know if it is. Might be legal, especially in the U.S. But regardless of whether it's legal or not, that I would consider that highly unethical. It's supposed to be a movement of solidarity between workers, whether they directly participated in it or not.
Empty chairs at the dining room table constantly reminding you that she used to sit there. Remembering them, we remain vigilant. We still need to monitor dozens of variants and support new vaccines and treatments. So Congress needs to fund these efforts and keep America safe. And as we emerge from this crisis stronger, we're also got to double down on prosecuting criminals who stole relief money meant to keep workers and small businesses afloat. Before I came to office, you remember, during that campaign, the big issue was about inspector generals who would protect taxpayers' dollars who were sidelined. They were fired. Many people said we don't need them. And fraud became rampant. Last year, I told you the watchdogs are back. Since then,
watchdogs.
Billions of taxpayers' dollars. Now let's triple the anti-fraud strike force going after these criminals, double the statute of limitations on these crimes, and crack down on identity fraud by criminal syndicates stealing billions of dollars. Billions of dollars.
Biden's been playing Watchdogs on the PlayStation 4. You heard it here first.
For every dollar we put into fighting fraud,
he's becoming a hacker.
10 times as much. It matters. It matters.
Oh, he said it. He said the thing I was saying. Every dollar he put into the IRS gets back.
Scars, like the spike in violent crime in 2020, the first year of the pandemic. We have an obligation to make sure all people are safe. Public safety depends on public trust, as all of us know. But too often that trust is violated. Joining us tonight are the parents of Tyree Nichols. Welcome.
From what I've seen, unionization fractures companies and stifles business growth without giving anything to employees, but I can be proven wrong. That is possible. That is possible. Unions are not inherently good. All they do is give more power to a group of workers when it comes to negotiations. If that power, like any power, if that power is misused, then absolutely it can lead to bad outcomes. It's an example that Destiny brings up when people talk about socialists talk about the benefits of worker co-ops. One of the things Destiny brings up because for a lot of socialists, worker co-ops and unions, they're like the solution for everything. Like if only they had more power, they would resolve everything that's wrong with society, and we would achieve the communist utopia. Well, there's one simple question you can ask them: What if the worker co-op decides collectively to be racist, for example, to discriminate hiring based on race? What if most of the worker co-ops choose to do that? It's still, they're freely deciding. It's worker driven. They've chosen to in a democratic way negotiate a certain standard of hiring, etc., etc. And it's one that will lead to bad outcomes in society. I'd say that workers have different goals than the management, but the management goals help everyone in the company to extend, but the worker goals only help the lowest level of workers at the expense of the rest. Yeah, that push and pull happens. Absolutely. Managers have the advantage of having the global view of the company, the bird's eye view, and that helps them see and understand certain goals that someone on a lower level doesn't see. But the opposite also happens. Inefficiencies and problems with the supply chain, the production, the work methodology will be obvious to low-level workers and very arcane to management. Ideally, what happens is everyone is capable of sitting around a table and actually airing their grievances, explaining the reasons for business decisions and stuff like that, which normally is what happens when a union sits down with the management of a company. Obviously, it's an adversarial relationship, so it's not always in really good faith. but ideally it does happen with an understanding that there are also common interests. Are workers incentivized to fix those inefficiencies? No, because they increase pay and worker numbers. Depends. There is such a thing as, like, I don't know how to call it, union gangrene, I guess is kind of what you're talking about, where a union will basically use its power to make sure that productivity doesn't rise too much, because then jobs could get cut, stuff like that. Yeah, fighting against automation, absolutely. Though automation is an interesting topic. I've talked about it already before, but in my opinion, the biggest problem with automation is that the capital benefits of automating, they should absolutely go back to the capital investors that allowed the automation in the first place, but maybe not 100%. There was a Swiss philosopher when automation first became an issue in economics and politics. Was I think the weaving machine was invented. I don't remember if it was 18th century or 19th century, but basically when the weaving machine was invented, was one of the first big automation crises of humanity that we know of. The Swiss philosopher proposed to have put in place a system where the capital profits from in setting up the automation would fund the changing the jobs, re-educating the workers that lost their jobs to automation. So instead of all the profits from automation becoming profits and then being a little bit taxed as profits, at the source say, okay, you make this much more money because it's automated. Obviously you need to make your investment back. A large part of the money goes back to the investors, goes back to the company that set up the automation, but also some part of it needs to be reserved so that the workers can train themselves into new jobs, or maybe perhaps earlier retirement if they're close to retirement age, etc., etc. I like that kind of idea, like kind of trying to find a balance between economic efficiency, which you're right, automation is efficiency, and just the human cost of those transitions. The only successful socialist model historically was present in the 1930s, 1940s Germany. Okay, fuck off. If you actually believe Nazism is socialist, you're brain dead. It's not true, no.
Last week, as many of you personally know, there's no words to describe the heartache or grief of losing a child.
Yeah, and China's called the People's Republic of China. It's a republic, right? China's a republic, not a dictatorship. It's in the name. Define republic, right? China's a republic, right?
But imagine if you lost that child at the hands of the law. Imagine having to worry whether your son or daughter came home from walking down the street, or playing in the park, or just driving a car. Most of us in here have never had to have the talk that brown and black parents have had to have with their children. Bo, Hunter, Ashley, my children. I never had to have the talk with them. I never had to.
Oh, sure. If you're defined as a governmental structure, then sure, every country is a republic. Fair enough. Yeah, I should have said Democratic Republic of Congo as well. Rather. Yeah, Democratic Republic of Congo is a better one. Anyways, you get the meme.
Tell them if a police officer pulls you over, turn your interior lights on right away. Don't reach for your license. Keep your hands on the steering wheel. Imagine having to worry like that every single time your kid got in a car. Here's what Tyree's
DDR was so freaking democratic, or GDR, yeah.
Ask her how she finds the courage to carry on and speak out.
To be fair, it's like a language thing. In French, République,
and something good will come of this.
Can also mean like a more democratic process.
It's up to us, to all of us. We all want the same thing: neighborhoods free of violence, law enforcement who earns the community's trust. Just as every cop when they pin on that badge in the morning has a right to be able to go home at night, so does everybody else out there. Our children have a right to come home safely.
National Socialism fundamentally diverges from original socialist thought by centering on nationalist thinking rather than international thinking. Socialist thought is that of all workers across the world unite. It's not workers in my country will get a better life than workers in other countries. How does that contradict the economic model? You know, a government is more than just an economic model. Not to mention that the Nazi government was actually hella tied up with private companies that were absolutely not running according to a socialist model. Those private companies were pretty much just contractors for the government and free to run highly capitalist systems of working. Socialism is an economic model, not a hippie philosophy. No, socialism is actually an ideology. It's not just an economic model. And even just as an economic model, many aspects of Nazi Germany economy do not fit a socialist economic model. And yeah, when Hitler described socialism, he described it as putting in society's needs before the individual, with the society being conceived of in national terms. Yes, that is true. But did he actually do that in practice? I disagree. And yeah, it doesn't fit the... and yeah, you were right. Like, the term National Socialism etymologically makes sense for what was Hitler's professed ideology, which he didn't even practice. But what he promised was National Socialism, absolutely.
Full protection under the law is a covenant we have with each other in America. We know police officers put their lives on the line every single night and day. And we know we ask them in many cases to do too much to be counselors, social workers, psychologists, responding to drug overdoses, mental health crises, and so much more. In one sense, we ask much too much of them. I know most cops and their families are good, decent, honorable people, the vast majority. But they risk their lives every time they put that shield on.
So, Gabinas, when you say, all right, last tirade, and then we're getting back to the speech. I actually want to follow the speech. What you're calling compulsory worker union membership under Nazi Germany was actually a system where government-run organizations had compulsory. There was compulsory membership to government-run organizations. You can call them unions if you want. Those are not worker-led organizations. Those are very explicitly government set up by the government, partially to satisfy, yes, the National Socialist ideology, but also, most importantly, to control the population, be a part of the government's autocratic control of Nazi Germany. It's not the same thing as what left-wingers mean when they talk about socialism. Yeah, though I would disagree with the sort of claim to monopoly over the term socialism certain kinds of left-wingers try to maintain, and rather just say socialism means different things and you should try to avoid equivocation. That is absolutely fair enough, Shang Yang. All right, let's get back to the speech. I think his Bismarck called his policy state socialism. Really? Interesting. Oh, and thank you, Jokesta. I appreciate the compliment.
But what happened to Tyree and Memphis happens too often. We have to do better. Give law enforcement the real training they need.
Yes.
Hold them to higher standards.
Yes.
Help them succeed in keeping us safe.
Law enforcement training.
More first responders and professionals to address the growing mental health, substance abuse challenges.
First responders.
Reduce violent crime and gun crime. More community intervention programs.
I love it.
Investment in housing, education, and job training.
Yeah, I knew about the health insurance program from the German Empire. But I didn't know Bismarck flaunted the socialist aspect.
With the support of the families of victims, civil rights groups, and law enforcement, I signed an executive order for all federal officers, banning chokeholds, restricting no-knock warrants, and other key elements of the George Floyd Act. Let's commit ourselves to make the words of Tyler's mom true.
The only thing I'm afraid of when I hear more police spending, I want more police spending. I really do. But I want the money to be going exclusively to training, to first responders, to handling difficult situations that lead to tragic deaths in better ways. I don't want to see bumfuck nowhere buy more armored personnel carriers from military surplus. That shit, the spending needs to be controlled, and I don't know if the federal government actually is capable of doing that in the first place, which is worrying for me. The way, I could be wrong. Please correct me if I'm wrong. But the way, if I understand correctly, the way police hierarchy works in the U.S. is that it's extremely state level dependent. The federal government can throw money around, but it's going to become, it'll be difficult for the state government to actually micromanage, make sure that the money goes to the right place. So as much as I do want more money in the police to get a better police, I'm very afraid that it coming from the top down like this is not going to change anything. The money should go to better weapons so that police officers can feel secure in high crime areas. Weapons are useless without training. Anyone who's wielded weapons understands that the most important part of a weapon is not as much as quality. The reliability is important, but the most important part is training. Train.
Must come from this. Something good. And all of us.
Am I becoming a weapon? Yes.
Folks, it's difficult, but it's simple.
I'm a weapon of mass meme destruction.
To this moment. We can't turn away. Let's do what we know in our hearts, what we need to do. Let's come together to finish the job on police reform. Do something. Do something. That was the plea of parents who lost their children in Uvalde. I met with every one of them. Do something about gun violence. Thank God. Thank God we did.
Oh shit, guns. Speaking of weapons.
That's the most sweeping gun safety law in 3 decades.
Oh man. I guess this is one of the few things where I don't necessarily disagree with the way Democrats approach gun regulation, but there are big problems with the way gun regulation happens. I was talking a bit about it with Ranger and Rogue the other day. There is really an issue with regulation in the U.S. where, since you can never really address the fundamental constitutional right of gun ownership, Dems always just try to make owning guns as much of a pain in the ass as possible, which leads to what are on their own really irrational policies. Like, the fuck does it matter that you put a stock on a short-barreled rifle? That doesn't actually affect anything. That doesn't really affect the problem of having guns around, but it just makes it more of a pain in the ass to get them, which is the goal. It's the goal, is to make it harder to get them. It's just that more rational approach. You have more regulation on the entryway, on the entrance of access to guns, and then once you have proved that you're a mature and responsible gun owner, then do whatever you want. Get short-barreled rifles, get silencers, put stocks on all of your guns. Well, who cares? Is Sophie coming over and topping off your glass? First of all, this is beer, not orange juice, and I hadn't emptied I refilled my glass a little bit. She's chilling in the background. Non, rien. Il y a Kino qui se demandait si tu me remplissais mon verre de bière. Il avait l'impression qu'il descendait jamais. It's not orange juice. It's cum, actually. I was saying it was carrot juice. Carrot juice, whatever. It's beer. Yo, Rip Me 93. How are you doing? Welcome to the stream. We are, with a lot of derailing, but we are watching Biden's State of the Union. Oh, also, one last derail. Shangyang, it's interesting that you bring up the discussion of like what's state capitalism and what's state socialism. I consider China to be state capitalist. Like a lot of people simplify China saying it's communist. Like, it's called the Communist Party. It's called a lot of different things, but when you live there, when you talk with people actually doing business in China and see how it works, it's state capitalism. Thank you, Nabbles. All right, let's go.
Things like that the majority of responsible gun owners already support. Enhanced background checks for 18 to 21 years old. Red flag laws, keeping guns out of the hands of people who are a danger to themselves and others. But we know our work is not done. Joining us tonight is Brandon Say, a 26-year-old hero Brandon put his college dreams on hold to be at his mom's side. His mom's side when she was dying from cancer.
Oh shit, Brandon. Let's go, Brandon.
Brandon now works at the dance studio started by his grandparents. And 2 weeks ago, during the Lunar New Year celebrations, he heard the studio door close. And he saw a man standing there pointing a semi-automatic pistol at him. He thought he was going to die, but he thought about the people inside. And in that instant, he found the courage to act and wrestle the semi-automatic pistol away from the gunman who had already killed him.
Oh, it's the guy from that. Oh, I see.
He saved lives. It's time we do the
It's
same.
that guy.
Banned assault weapons now.
Dude's so fucking lucky he managed to,
Once and for all.
he didn't die in that altercation.
I let the
No, Brandon didn't have concealed carry. I remember the story. Brandon actually fought, like physically fought with the guy. If I recall correctly, I could be wrong. But if this is the story I'm thinking of, the shooter was out of ammo, and Brandon managed to wrestle him at the opportune moment. Way to go, Brandon. I was wondering, at what age do you realize you're getting bald? I'm experiencing the same issues at the moment, and it's a difficult time for me. I knew all my life I was going to become bald at some point. My father was bald. He became bald at like 40 or something. So I knew it was going to happen. I'm considering like trying out the minoxidil finasteride treatment. Like I have the receding hairline, like you can see it here on the sides. You don't look like you're going bald. Yeah, I think my hair looks great in this present state. So I'm thinking of like trying out treatment and seeing if that basically freezes my hairline. He wants to ban all weapons. Not quite, no. Receding hairline doesn't mean baldness. Well, it does mean that at some point you're better off just shaving your head. Let's put it that way instead. I heard that makes you not horny. Yeah, it affects testosterone levels. It affects testosterone levels, which is something that I am worried about, yeah.
In 10 years, that ban was law, mass shootings went down. After we let it expire in the Republican administration, mass shootings tripled. Let's finish the job and ban these assault weapons. And let's also come together on immigration. Make it a bipartisan issue once again.
I don't know, Kino. I don't know my testosterone level.
We now have a record number of personnel working to secure the border, arresting 8,000 human smugglers, seizing over 23,000 pounds of fentanyl in just the last several months. We've launched a new border plan last month. Unlawful migration from Cuba, Haiti, Nicaragua, and Venezuela has come down 97% as a consequence of that. But American border problems won't be fixed until Congress acts. If we don't pass my comprehensive immigration reform, at least pass my plan to provide the equipment and officers to secure the border. And a pathway to citizenship for dreamers, those on temporary status, farm workers, essential workers. Here in the People's House, it's our duty to protect all the people's rights and freedoms. Congress must restore the right, Congress must restore the right that was taken away in Roe v. Wade and protect Roe v. Wade.
Oh, shit. Let's go.
Give every woman a
Restore women's rights.
The Vice President and I are doing everything to protect access to reproductive
I'd love to see that.
health care and safeguard patient safety. Well, already more than a dozen states are enforcing extreme abortion bans. Make no mistake about it. If Congress passes a national ban, I will veto it. But let's also pass the Bipartisan Equality Act to ensure LGBTQ Americans, especially transgender young people, can live with safety and dignity. Our strength is not
The
just
B in
our
LGBTQ
power,
stands
but
for
the power of
Biden.
our example. Let's remember the world's watching.
Let's go.
I spoke in this chamber 1 year ago, just days after Vladimir Putin unleashed his brutal attack against Ukraine. A murderous assault, evoking images of death and destruction Europe suffered in World War II. Putin's invasion has been a test for the ages, a test for America, a test for the world. Would we stand for the most basic of principles? Would we stand for sovereignty? Would we stand for the right of people to live free of tyranny? Would we stand for the defense of democracy? For such defense matters to us because it keeps peace and prevents open season on would-be aggressors and threatens our prosperity. 1 year later, we know the answer. Yes, we would, and we did. We did. And together, we did what America always does at our best. We led. We united NATO. We built a global coalition. We stood against Putin's aggression. We stood with the Ukrainian people tonight. We're once again joined by Ukrainian's ambassador to the United States. She represents not just her nation, but the courage of her people. Our ambassador is here. We're united in our support of your country. Will you stand so we can all take a look at you? Thank you. Because we're going to stand with you as long as it takes. Our nation is working for more freedom, more dignity, more peace, not just in Europe, but everywhere. Before I came to office,
This man is too based. Yes.
the People's Republic of China was increasing its power.
He's not the hero we deserve. He's the hero we need.
We made clear, and I made in my personal conversations, which have been many, with President Xi, that we seek competition.
We need to text him dick pics. That's what we need to do.
That
See that number showing up on screen? You know what to send.
American innovation and industries will define the future that China intends to be dominating.
Dongs up for Biden.
And working with our allies to protect advanced technologies so they will not be used against us. Modernizing our military to safeguard stability and deter aggression.
And he's a white
Today,
old straight dude.
we're the
He
strongest
sure is.
nation in decades to compete with China or anyone else in the world. Anyone else in the world. And I'm committed. I'm committed to work with China where we can advance American interests and benefit the world. But make no mistake about it. As we made clear last week, if China threatens our sovereignty, we will act to protect our country, and we did.
Oh, yeah, he's talking about the balloon now. Oh, I have a meme for you, speaking of the balloon.
Winning the competition should unite all of us. We face serious challenges across the world. But in the past 2 years, democracies have become stronger, not weaker. Autocracies have grown weaker, not stronger. Name me a world leader who changed places with Xi Jinping. Name me one. Name me one. America's rallying the world to meet those challenges, from climate to global health, to food insecurity, to terrorism, to territorial aggression. Allies are stepping up, spending more, and doing more. Look, the bridges we're forming between partners in the Pacific and those in the Atlantic, and those who bet against America are learning how wrong they are. It's never, ever been a good bet to bet against America. Never.
Is it true that everything you do is a balloon? What do you mean? I don't get the joke.
Well, when I came to office, most assured that bipartisanship assumed was impossible, but never believed it. That's why a year ago I offered a unity agenda to the nation as I stood here. We made real progress together. We passed a law making it easy for doctors to prescribe effective treatments for opioid addiction. We passed the gun safety law making historic investments in mental health. We launched the ARPA-H drive for breakthrough in the fights against cancer, Alzheimer's, and diabetes, and so much more. We passed the Heath Robinson Pact.
Oh, yeah, this is like the conclusion, right? We're
exposure to toxic burn kits.
yeah, I think we're reaching the end of the speech here. Biden, Mitch 2024. Oh,
I
God.
understand something about those burn pits, but there's so much more to do. We can do it together. Joining us tonight is a father named Doug from Newton, New Hampshire. He wrote Jill, my wife, a letter, and me as well, about his courageous daughter, Courtney. A contagious laugh, his sister's best friend, her sister's best friend. He shared the story all too familiar to millions of Americans, and many of you.
Did the chamber call the ping? There wasn't any boo in this?
In high school. It spiraled into addiction, and
What are you
eventually
talking
death from a fentanyl overdose. She was just 20 years old. Describing the last 8 years without her, Doug said, "There's no worse."
Yeah, we were actually talking about fentanyl yesterday
Pain to purpose,
at some point.
working to end the stigma and change laws. He told us he wants to start a journey toward American recovery. Doug, we're with you. Fentanyl is killing more than 70,000 Americans a year. You got it.
Wait, why are they booing that?
Launch a major surge to stop fentanyl production and the sale.
Oh, Taylor Greene and others loudly booed Biden. Yeah, I know. I've seen some stuff on Twitter about it, but they didn't really show it.
Working with couriers like FedEx to inspect more packages for drugs. Strong penalties to crack down on fentanyl trafficking. Second, let's do more in mental health, especially for our children. When millions of young people are struggling with bullying, violence, trauma.
Yeah, bang means boo.
Greater access to mental
Yeah,
health
it's boo, bang. It's okay. I understood you.
Social media companies accountable for experimenting or running children for profit. It's time to pass bipartisan legislation to stop big tech from collecting personal data on our kids and teenagers online. Ban targeted advertising to children and impose stricter limits on the personal data that companies collect on all of us. Third, let's do more to keep this nation's one truly sacred obligation to equip those we send into harm's way and care for them and their families when they come home. Job training, job placement for veterans and their spouses as they come to return to civilian life. Helping veterans afford the rent, because no one should be homeless in America, especially someone who served the country. Dennis McDonough is here of the VA. We had a first real discussion when I asked him to take the job. I'm glad he did. We were losing up to 25 veterans a day on suicide. Now we're losing 17 a day to the silent scourge of suicide. 17 veterans a day are committing suicide. More than
Fuck, this reminds me of the
the VA is doing everything it can, including
the raid from Ranger and Rogue, where like all the chatters were veterans.
Recruits veterans to help other veterans understand what they're going through, get them the help they need.
I do hope Biden delivers on this. Veterans are
Last year, Jill and I
really
big
getting
Cancer
this
Moonshot.
like shit
So I was
stick
able to start with
in
President Obama
society
asking me
in
about
a lot of
education.
situations.
Our goal is to cut the cancer death rates at least by 50% in the next 25 years. Turn more cancers from death sentences to treatable diseases. Provide more support for patients and their families. It's personal to so many of us in this audience. Joining us are Morris and Candice, an Irishman and the daughter of immigrants from Panama.
Candy's nuts.
They met in Philadelphia, New York City, and got married in the same chapel Jill and I got married in New York City. Kindred spirits. He wrote us a letter about his little daughter Ava, and I saw her just before I came over. She was just a year old when she was diagnosed with rare kidney disease, cancer. After 26 blood transfusions, 11 rounds of radiation, 8 rounds of chemo, 1 kidney removed, given a 5% survival rate. He wrote how in the darkest moments he thought, if she goes, I can't stay. Many of you have been through that as well. Jill and I understand that like so many of you. And he read Jill's book describing our family's cancer journey and how we tried to steal moments of joy where we could with Bo. For them, that glimmer of joy was the half smile of their baby girl. It meant everything to them. They never gave up hope. Little Ava never gave up hope. She turns 4 next month.
Aww.
They just found out Ava's beating the odds, is on her way to being cured of cancer. And she's watching from the White House.
Good for them.
She's not asleep already. For the lives we can save. For the lives we can save and the lives we've lost, let this be a truly American moment that rallies the country and the world together and proves that we can still do big things. 20 years ago, under the leadership of President Bush and countless advocates and champions, he undertook a bipartisan effort through PEPFAR to transform the global fight against HIV/AIDS. It's been a huge success. He thought
Huge
big,
success.
He thought large. He moved. I believe we can do the same thing with
Who's
cancer.
this guy with the cane? I keep seeing him.
Let's end cancer as we know it. Cure some cancers once and for all. Folks, there's one reason why we've been able to do all of these things. Our democracy itself. It's the most fundamental thing of all. With democracy, everything's possible. Without it, nothing is. The last few years, our democracy has been threatened and attacked, put at risk, put to the test in this very room on January the 6th. And then just a few months ago, an unhinged big lie, assailant unleashed a political violence, the home of the then Speaker of the House of Representatives, using the very same language the insurrectionists used as they stalked these halls and chanted on January 6th. Here tonight in this chamber is a man who bears the scars of that brutal attack, but is as tough and as strong and as resilient as they get. My friend Paul Pelosi. Paul, stand up.
Yeah, that was a super fucked up situation.
But such a heinous act should have never happened. We must all speak out. There's no place for political violence in America. We have to protect the right to vote, not suppress the fat fundamental right. Honor the results.
Nike is going to sue Biden for saying nothing is impossible. True. True. Where's intellectual property rights in all this?
In any form, no safe.
Biden really ruining businesses with his speech.
Democracy must not be a partisan issue. It's an American issue. Every generation of Americans has faced a moment where they have been called to protect our democracy, defend it, stand up for it. And this is our moment. My fellow Americans, we meet tonight at an inflection point. One of those moments that only a few generations ever face, where the direction we now take is going to decide the course of this nation for decades to come. We're not bystanders of history. We're not powerless before the forces that confront us. It's within our power of we, the people. We're facing the test of our time. We have to be the nation we've always been at our best.
Like him or hate him, this is a good speech.
A nation that embraces light over dark.
The oratory skills, obviously, well, making him speak faster helps too,
We
but
have to see each other not as enemies, but as fellow Americans.
it's well written,
The only nation in the world built on an idea.
and he's delivering it well.
Other nations are defined by geography, ethnicity. But we're the only nation based on an idea that all of us, every one of us is created.
And the U.S. is based on geography as well, okay?
A nation in a new age of possibilities. So I've come to fulfill my constitutional obligation.
Let's be real.
Report in the State of the Union. And here's my report. Because the soul of this nation is strong, because the backbone of this nation is strong, because the people of this nation are strong, the State of the Union is strong.
America, are you feeling the eagle cry out in your heart? Are you crying tears of liberty?
I'm not new to this place. I stand here tonight, having served as long as about any one of you have ever served here. But I've never been more optimistic about our future, about the future of America. We just have to remember who we are. We're the United States of America, and there's nothing beyond our capacity if we do it together. God bless you all, and may God protect our troops.
True jokes, though. Trump would have ascended to the true throne in the sky alongside Tupac and the Queen if it wasn't for the libs, yes. Absolutely true and based. All right, that was interesting. That was cool. There was a big meme I wanted to share. Or is it there? Copy link. Because we were talking about the balloon earlier. I didn't actually talk about the balloon on stream because there's not that much to actually really talk about, let's be honest. Yeah, let's just save it on the desktop. When you call me on the desktop.
To be told. You got him, man. You got him. Taking a shot. What the? What the fuck was that?
See, like, when people are complaining that we didn't down the balloon fast enough, you gotta understand, that was not just any balloon. That was highest share Chinese Bing Qiling technology. Baron Trump shall become the Emperor of North America, inshallah. Here's my State of the Union address. Oh, I need to play this game.
Nice.
Yo, this cutscene is 4 minutes long? The heck? I heard about the cutscenes being way too long, but this is crazy. Like, why isn't this gameplay? This is actually just a fight. A 4-minute cutscene fight. Typical politician, okay.
Promises.
But all talk.
What? Jumpstart the economy. What a load of bullshit! All you care about is lining your own pockets. That and your approval ratings.
True.
Got no principles. Just like all the rest. If America's gone to shit, you're just another maggot crawling in the pile. All right, the truth then. You're right about one thing. I do need capital and votes. Wanna know why? I have a dream. What? That one day...
What? Martin Luther King?
This nation will control their own destiny.
The reincarnation of Martin Luther King.
Damn it. A nation of action, not words, ruled by strength, not committee. Where the law changes to suit the individual, not the other way around.
Oh, so he's anarcho-capitalist.
Back where they belong, in the hands of the people.
Okay. Yeah, I don't think an anarcho-capitalist politician would make for a very good government.
Where every man is free
I know that's a hot take, but
to act for himself. Fuck all these lunatic lawyers and chicken shit bureaucrats. Fuck this 24/7 internet spew of trivia and celebrity bullshit. Fuck American pride. Fuck the media. Fuck all of it.
imagine fighting a senator.
America's diseased.
I think it depends on the senator. Some senators I could probably fight. Others, I'm not so sure, honestly.
We need to pull it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean.
I'm meal prepping, but I keep eating as I cook, so I haven't prepped shit. Oh, crap. Beating up someone like Rubio. Wait, what? Fuck. What does he look like again? Marco Rubio. He looks like he's in shape. Yeah, that one could be rough. Mussolini used to duel his critics with swords. Oh god. Four minutes long is short as hell for a Kojima game. MGS4 had a cutscene that lasts over an hour. Oh god, I'm not playing that game, I guess. Or not on stream, at least. Okay. Wait, where did my other window go? I guess this is it. Yeah, I don't know about ANCAP. Well, maybe we have something in politics we agree on, Chang Yang. We can unite against the ANCAP threat. Oh, you mean about the guy? He's more like an American brand Nietzschean. Oh, Senator Armstrong, you meant. Oh yeah, I was just memeing because he was saying that like no government and individual rights over everyone. But yeah, if you want to go at it philosophically, then sure, that's like fascist Nietzschean rhetoric, kind of. But Lincoln used to duel his enemies, but he stopped that like in his 20s. Yeah, man, dueling was a wild thing to do. How is it fascist? The way Senator Armstrong was describing how to bring about his change in government seemed to go in line with the idea, you know, ruling by power and not ruling by. Oh, I should watch the rest. Did I just close it? I think I just closed it. Passion is fascist. No. Rule of power, rule of strength instead of rule of law is fascist, yes.
Nice.
Hey, where was I at?
Fuck all of it! America's disease, rotten to the core. There's no saving it. We need to pull it out by the roots. Wipe the slate clean. Burn it down!
It's Darwinist, sure. Yes, but it also is fascist. So the thing is, yes, of course, like take Nazi Germany. Nazi Germany, Hitler comes to power, he changes the laws. So like everything Nazi Germany did was legal. But the way they came to power and the way they exerted power over the society was through force. The application of the laws fundamentally came down to force and repression, and whether it's from starting with the Night of Long Lives to the pogroms to the camps, etc., you have the law was bent around just to fit how they wanted to apply their force. So even though technically, sure, yeah, there was a rule of law, in practice, the reality was whoever had the gun was right. And it just so happened to be the Nazis.
Be born, evolved but unchanged. The weak will be purged, and the strongest.
Isn't that true for all governments?
Free to live as they see fit.
No, but it's true for all autocracies, I guess. All autocracies are a rule of strength.
You still don't get it.
Democracies are built around the ideal of a rule of law. Hitler did nothing wrong legally. Yeah.
Using war as a business to get elected. So I can end war as a business. In my new America, people will die and kill for what
I
they
see.
believe.
That's the funny thing. If you ever get someone telling you telling you about the low crime rate in Nazi Germany, all you got to ask them is, "Oh, so you don't consider murdering Jewish people a crime?" And either they go mask off or they have to revise their position. perhaps crime statistics aren't very relevant to autocratic regimes.
So, what do you think?
What do you think?
How the hell did you get elected?
Good question. It's like saying the Muscadins didn't do anything illegal, so it's not a domestic crime. Yeah, exactly. All right. Was there another thing I wanted to talk about today? I mostly wanted to watch this. Oh yeah, you wanted one of you wanted me to see. I think it was Bang. I don't know if you're still here. One of you wanted me to see the rebuttal from from the Sanders chick. State of the Union Republican rebuttal. There you go. GOP response. Sarah Sanders delivers a okay, Sarah Sanders responds to. Can I just see the video? Yeah, there we go. On C-SPAN, let's go. We stand for C-SPAN.
Next, Arkansas Governor Sarah Huckabee Sanders delivering the Republican response to President Biden's
We probably need to make her talk faster.
In which she criticized the president on the economy and foreign policy. She also called for a new generation of leadership within the Republican Party.
Good evening. I'm Sarah Huckabee Sanders.
Hello.
Being a mom to 3 young children taught me
Hi,
not
Mom.
to believe every story I hear. So forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from President Biden. From out-of-control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and
violent crime. Okay. We always gotta go back to inventing insecurity, right? If Republicans ever are reassured that, hey, maybe the world isn't falling apart, then they might actually, look forward to improving the society somewhat. I don't think fascism can be reduced to might is right. No, it cannot be reduced to it, but that is a component of it. But sure, if you want to take like a more realpolitik approach, then it becomes a complicated concept in and of itself. But there is a clear difference between how might makes right in a democratic country compared to an autocracy. The relation between autocracy and rule of law is also complicated. Yes. I guess Singapore is actually a pretty interesting exception. I'll grant you that. But usually most autocratic countries only function through extremely high rates of corruption, for example. When everything requires government approval and government control and so on and so forth, you very quickly have systems of corruption set up in place. Anyways, well, corruption is another complicated concept. Yes, but corruption is something that completely undermines the idea of a rule of law. If you have high corruption, you do not have a rule of law. That's why I'm bringing it up. I'm not bringing it up as a non sequitur. I'm bringing it up as an example of how an autocracy naturally brings about systems that undermine the rule of law. What do you think about, for example, that all of the countries with the lowest perceptions of corruption in the Middle East are monarchies? Perception of corruption is not absence of corruption. Those countries absolutely are corrupt by Western standards. And in fact, those countries are sources of some of the biggest corruption in Western countries because of underhanded oil dealings and as well as military contracts and stuff like that. A lot of the higher profile corruption that affects our democracies absolutely can be tracked back to a lot of those monarchies. Well, by Western standards, but what about Middle Eastern standards? I actually don't care. I'm not going to go into moral relativism here. What the way those governments work and the way power is bartered in those systems is absolutely corrupt.
Democrats have failed you. They know it, and you know it. And it's time for a change. Tonight, let us reaffirm our commitment to a timeless American idea that government exists not to rule the people, but to serve the people. Democrats want to rule us with more government control, but that's not who we are.
Doesn't it matter if we're trying to compare how the system influences corruption? No. In fact, if we want to compare systems in an objective manner, we need a universal definition of corruption. You can't compare systems and then assign different definitions on a case-by-case basis. That makes no sense for a comparison. The criteria that we're evaluating, in this case corruption, needs to be evaluated on a universal basis. Otherwise, the comparison makes no sense. I don't understand your reasoning.
America is the greatest country the world has ever known because we're the freest country the world has ever known.
Okay, I love how we went. Okay, I got sidelined here with this talk about like autocracy, rule of law, and so on and so forth. But this is really interesting. I'm just gonna go back so like maybe I can clip this for a video or whatever. Listen to her. We have. Oh yeah, let's turn on closed captions as well. Wait, whoops. Yeah, English. Oh, they're on. Perfect. All right, let's just re-listen to the beginning and let me point something out that's pretty funny.
Taught me not to believe every story I hear. So forgive me for not believing much of anything I heard tonight from President Biden. From out-of-control inflation and violent crime to the dangerous border crisis and threat from China. Biden and the Democrats have failed you. They know it, and you know it. And it's time for a change. Tonight, let us reaffirm our commitment to a timeless American idea that government exists not to rule the people, but to serve the people.
Okay, you got that?
Democrats want to rule us with more government control.
So this part. This part is, here you go. Biden is destroying the country, inflation, crime, border, bigger government, big scary. Okay. And then.
But that's not who we are. America is the greatest country the world has ever known because we're the freest country.
It's like the flip side of the enemy is both weak and strong. Biden is simultaneously destroying the country, but it's also the greatest country in the world. I love those contradictions.
The world has ever known, with a people who are strong and resilient. 5 months ago, I was diagnosed with thyroid cancer. It was a hard time for our family, particularly our kids, Scarlett, Huck, and George. But we kept our faith and persevered. Thanks to exceptional doctors here in Arkansas, a successful surgery, and the grace of God, I am cancer-free. Through it all, I couldn't help but think about my mom. She was 20 years old and in her first year of marriage when she was diagnosed with spinal cancer. The doctors told her she might not live, and if she did live, they said she'd never walk again. And if she did walk, she'd definitely never have children. The daughter she was told
I think that's the reach. It's not like everyone had to denounce America being great during Trump's presidency.
And is speaking to you tonight. Adversity and fear of the unknown can paralyze us, but faith propels us to charge boldly ahead. We can't stand still in the face of great challenges.
Fair enough. I honestly just hate the. I just hate the crisis. The like, what's the correct term for this when they do this? You can say your room is great, but also that this guy shitting in the corner is ruining it. Yeah. Fair enough. Fair enough. Yeah, actually, that's a fair point. Sure. Because the Middle East is a region characterized by relatively high levels of corruption, indicating that there is some variable fear-mongering. Thank you, jokes. Yeah, that's what I was looking for. Some variable associated with that region that produces that phenomenon. Yeah. Oh God, you're shoehorning in your like bullshit scientific racism, are you? Is that what you're leading up to, Shang Yang?
President Biden and I don't have a lot in common. I'm for freedom. He's for government control. At 40, I'm the youngest governor in the country. And at 80, he's the oldest president in American history. I'm the first woman to lead my state. And he's the first man to surrender his presidency to a woke mob that can't even tell you what a woman is. In the radical left's America?
Oh no, Matt Walsh is fucking what is a woman? It's such a disaster. I actually had this debate on Twitter with Lavloon about this. She posted something and I got into an argument with her, and she tried this like bullshit Matt Walsh Socratic method. Well, what is a woman? What makes a woman? And then I actually had answers for those questions, and she stopped replying. Surprise.
Washington taxes you and lights your hard-earned money on fire. But you get crushed with high gas prices, empty grocery shelves, and our children are taught to hate one another on account of their race, but not to love one another or our great country. Whether Joe Biden believes this madness or is simply too weak to resist it, his administration has been completely hijacked by the radical.
No, I think Joe Biden wants a race war. You're right, Mrs. Sanders. I don't think you have to actively hold that position to acknowledge that, do you? You can say that there seems to be a variable associated with that region that produces higher levels of corruption without necessarily being able to point out what it is. I think because like what I'm getting at is when it comes to Western Europe, for example, we just don't have any frame of reference. We do have a frame of reference. Monarchies, historically, monarchies in Europe would have all been considered extremely corrupt states by modern standards. I think there's a very, 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 very clear causal link between autocracy and corruption. That was my original premise that got us into this discussion of, well, whether that's the case. And I'm informed because of a political science paper I read about it a while ago that that was establishing that causal link, where the concentration of power. Well, there are two things in play. On one hand, the concentration of power, and on the other hand, the abuse of power will simply lead to corruption. Historically, republics in Europe would have been considered extremely corrupt states by modern standards. Yeah, that's what I said. Or I guess you typed that out before, like, because of chat delay, before I said it. Yeah, absolutely. And it took hundreds of years. It took hundreds of years for Europe to, no, I said monarchies. I'm saying republics. That also applies to historical republics. Sure, but they weren't, and okay, that brings me to my next point. Even early experiments in democracy are still extremely corrupt. And heck, even modern day experiments in democracy are still suffer from corruption, but though they do better than they used to do. The process of democracy is one that has been taking hundreds of years to actually get to where we are at, and it still requires a lot of improvement. I don't think anyone is going to expect countries with very little history and culture of democratic processes to, completely eliminate corruption very fast, especially if they're not even approaching those ways of building a state. Now, if you have the research you're referencing, I would like to see it. I read it a long time ago. A long time ago. I don't know if I'll be able to find it. Political science, like a year and a half ago or something. Political science, autocracy, and corruption. Sorry. Okay, I don't know which one of those studies it could have been. Does authoritarianism breed corruption? We're considering the relationship between authoritarian governance and corrupt exchanges and bureaucracies. It might be this one. I'm not 100% sure. It's probably one of those, but none of the titles really ring a bell. It's been too long since I read it. All right, back to Mrs. Sanders.
The dividing line in America is no longer between right or left. The choice is between normal or crazy. It's time for a new generation of Republican leadership. Upon taking office just a few weeks ago, I signed
Yeah, and you had a fair point with, for example, the Singaporean state, which is pretty autocratic, but my understanding is it actually is, for the most part, pretty big on rule of law, yeah. Yeah, that's a fair argument, Chang Yang. Okay, moving on. I don't want to derail on this too long.
Executive orders to ban CRT, racism, and indoctrination in our schools. Eliminate the use of derogatory term Latinx in our government. Repealed COVID orders and said never again.
Latinx BTFO'd.
Americans want common sense from their leaders. But in Washington, the Biden administration is doubling down on crazy. President Biden inherited the fastest economic recovery on record. The most secure border in history, cheap, abundant, homegrown energy, fast rising wages, a rebuilt military, and a world that was stable and at peace. But over the last 2 years, Democrats destroyed it all. Despite Democrats' trillions in reckless spending and mountains of debt, we now have the worst border crisis in American history. As a mom, my heart breaks for every parent who has lost a son or daughter to addiction. 100,000 Americans a year are now killed from drug overdoses. largely from fentanyl pouring across.
I hate how the I hate how the cat gets drowned in those discussions. Like, y'all realize that the origin of the opioid crisis in the U.S. is not a border issue, right? Obviously, if we had perfect borders, if we had good, perfect, if we had perfect border control, the fentanyl wouldn't be getting in or whatever. But, dude, the reality is the opioid crisis that led to the huge demand in the USA for opioids, which fentanyl is that, and a lot more money going into the drug trade, that's actually not a partisan issue. That was an issue of out of control pharmaceutical policies, corporate policies, not government policies. That's not the fault of Republicans or the fault of Democrats, the situation. It was everyone's fault for not regulating the excess of the pharmaceutical industry when it came to overprescribing and getting people addicted to opioids, and looking at the ties between pharmaceutical companies and doctors doing the prescriptions and all those things. I hate that's being weaponized like this. The cat gets drowned. Is that like a Polish or French idiom? Actually, I was misremembering the idiom. The idiom is the fish getting drowned. It's a French idiom. When you drown the fish, it's when you hide what's the real poignant issue at hand.
Yet the Biden administration refuses to secure the border and
Drowning
save
the fish,
American
that's the one.
lives. And after years of Democrat attacks on law enforcement and calls to defund the police, violent criminals roam free, while law-abiding families live in fear. Beyond our border from Afghanistan...
Yo, Scoops here. Okay, classic fear-mongering fact check. Crime rate in USA. Where are we at? I want a graph. Yeah. Macro trends. Let's see. Crime rate has risen in 2020. But that's not on Biden. We don't have statistics for the next years. To be fair, crime rates have actually risen during COVID. Is my understanding in every single country. So I don't even see this as an indictment of anyone like Trump or Biden, or like that's just part of the pandemic. I bet you watched it already, but man, Biden was cooking last night. That part about Medicaid especially. Yeah, we just finished watching it. Right now we're watching Miss Sanders' rebuttal to the State of the Union. We all know Biden helped lower that rate in the 90s, yeah. We're watching the Republican rebuttal now, so we're getting our huge copium dose of culture war, CRT, fear-mongering about crime, border, fentanyl, and so on and so forth. The classics.
From North Korea to Iran, President Biden's weakness puts our nation and the world at risk. And the president's refusal to stand up to China, our most formidable adversary, is dangerous and unacceptable. President Biden is unwilling to defend our border, defend our skies, and defend our people. He is simply...
defend our skies. Obviously, she's referring to the stupid-ass balloon.
As commander-in-chief. And while you reap the consequences of their failures, the Biden administration seems more interested in woke fantasies than the hard reality Americans face every day. Most Americans simply want to live their lives in freedom and peace. But we are under attack in a left-wing culture war we didn't start and never wanted to fight. Every day we are told we must partake in their rituals, salute their flags, and worship their false idols. All while big government colludes with big tech to strip away the most American thing there is, your freedom of speech. That's not normal. It's crazy, and it's wrong. Make no mistake, Republicans will not surrender this fight. We will lead with courage and do what's right.
Look at her eye contact with the camera. Do you think she's using that AI thing that forces eye contact with the camera?
Where jobs are abundant and paychecks are rising. Where the freedom our veterans shed their blood to defend
it's crazy.
Is the birthright of every man, woman, and child. These are the principles Republican governors are fighting for. And in Washington, under the leadership of Senate Republicans and Speaker Kevin McCarthy, we will hold the Biden administration.
It's possible to do that with training, but that's a lot of training.
Alma mater, Little Rock Central High. As a student there, I will never forget.
Oh, she's reading something right above the lens. You're right. You're right. That makes sense, actually.
Hold the doors open
Okay.
to the Little Rock Nine. Doors that 40 years earlier had
That's
been
what's
closed
happening
to them
then.
because they were black. Today, those children once barred from the schoolhouse are now heroes memorialized in bronze at our state house. I'm proud of the progress our country has made.
Because normally when you talk, even if you're trained to, even if you're going to look at the camera and trained to do that, you're actually going to, like, sometimes you're going to look around when you're thinking about something.
Tomorrow, I will unveil an education package that will be the most far-reaching, bold, conservative education reform in the country.
Okay, conservative education reform,
Choices,
meaning,
and career readiness, and helps put a good teacher in every classroom by increasing their starting salary from one of the lowest to one of the highest.
oh wait, if that's real,
Here in Arkansas and across America, Republicans are working to end the policy of trapping kids in failing schools and sentencing them to a lifetime of poverty. We will educate.
apart from the whole, like, culture war bullshit, like CRT, LGBTQ, propaganda in schools and all that nonsense, when she's saying, like, help raise salaries, help there be more educators and all that stuff, I'm 100% down with that. That sounds like if that sounds like a bill where I probably would be able to agree with a huge part of it. What is conservative about this? Well, if you had waited until I finished my sentence, you wouldn't have posted that. The conservative part is all the cultural war bullshit, obviously CRT and all those, like, moral panics that that the right abuses in political discourse. Have I ever read any CRT literature, streamer? I have read, I forgot her name, but I did read some of this one, like one of the foundational authors. I can't remember her name off the top of my head. It was pretty interesting. Not that it even Bell Hooks. No, I don't think that was her. I don't know. I'm all up in that at the moment. Oh, right, yeah, you're taking classes on that, you were telling me.
Put students on a path to success. It's time for a new generation.
Crenshaw, maybe it was Crenshaw.
This is our opportunity. A new generation born in the waning decades of the last century, shaped by economic booms and stock market busts, forged by the triumph of the Cold War and the tragedy of 9/11. A generation brimming with passion and new ideas to solve age-old problems. A generation moored to our deepest values and oldest traditions, yet unafraid to challenge the present order and find a better way forward. If we seize this moment together, America can once again be the land of the free and the home of the brave. During my 2.5 years at the White House, I traveled on every foreign trip with the president. A trip I will never forget was on December 25th of 2018. My husband Brian and I had just cleaned up wrapping paper that was shoved into every corner of our house, thanks to our 3 kids. When I had to walk out on my own family's Christmas, unable to tell them where I was going that night, because the place I'd be traveling was so dangerous, they didn't want anybody to know that the president was going to be on the ground, even for a few hours. We boarded Air Force One in complete and total darkness. There were no lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. Our phones and computers shut down and turned in. We were going completely off the grid. Nearly 12 hours later, in the pitch black of night, we landed in the war-torn part of Western Iraq. It was again a similar scene. No lights on the plane, no lights on the runway. The only thing you could see was coming from about a mile away. In a dining hall where hundreds of troops who were in the fight against ISIS had gathered expecting to celebrate Christmas with senior military leadership from around the region. They had absolutely no idea that the president and first lady were about to walk into that room. And when they did, it was a sight and a scene and a sound I hope I never forget. The room erupted. Men and women.
Hey, that doesn't have much to do with Biden's State of the Union, but that is a cool thing for Trump to have done.
Started chanting.
Definitely shows, you know, a level of courage and a level of
USA.
dedication to his role as a president.
It was an absolutely perfect picture.
Has nothing to do with Biden's State of the Union, though.
One of the young soldiers yelled from the back, "Mr. President, I re-enlisted in the military because of you."
Kind of reminds me of Santos going off on the speech about the, like, 9/11 fireman.
You have a tough job. I told him what I do is nothing. You take bombs and bullets. That's a tough job. And in a moment that I know I'll cherish for the rest of my life, that soldier reached up and he pulled the Brave Rifles patch he wore on his shoulder, and he placed it into my hand, a sign of ultimate respect. And he said, "Sarah, we are in this together." Overwhelmed with emotion and speechless, I just hugged him with tears in my eyes and a grateful heart for our heroes who keep us free. That young man and everyone who has served before him, all of those who serve alongside him, and the thousands we know who will be called upon to serve after him, deserve to know they have a country and a community back home doing our part in the fight for freedom. America is
When
great
your troops are
because we
dope.
are free. But today, our freedom is under attack, and the America we love is in danger. President Biden and the Democrats have
Thanks for
failed.
telling me, Sarah. Yes.
Time for a change.
If not for Sarah, I would have hated the American military, but she changed my mind.
Not to be caretakers of the status quo, but to be change makers for the American people. We know not what the future holds, but we know who holds the future in his hands. And with God as our witness, we will show the world
God.
that America is still the place where freedom reigns and liberty will never die. Thank you. God bless you, and God bless America.
Thank you, Ms. Sanders. Oops, I just closed it. Okay, doesn't matter. Let's play some video games, okay? That's what we're really here for. Yeah, I wonder if Kiyoshi. I need to ask Kiyoshi to like just add me on Discord or something so we can. So I was looking forward to playing Dark and Darker with him. Anyways, what do you guys think of that speech? Most of that speech wasn't even addressing the actual State of the Union address. Like the first part, she completely denies, just like outright contradicts most of what Biden said. She contradicts the idea that he was able to help turn around the economy, that he was able to help turn around border policy and deliver results on all those other different things. She insists that, I guess, those things are in a catastrophic state. And then she talks about her education bill, mentioning basically like workers' rights, socialist policies, not really completely foregoing the culture war aspect that will probably be tied to it. And then she gave those like really personal stories that make her really likable. Was a good speech. She's one of the better orators in the GOP. Yeah, it was very well delivered, that's for sure, and well written as well. I'm more of a policy nerd, so when she's talking, like, that's why I'm making fun of her when she's talking about, you know, meeting the troops in Iraq with Trump and all that stuff. I don't really care about that. I don't really care about Biden either when he's talking about his dad like driving him when he was a kid, or what like all those emotional ass speeches. I don't really care about them, honestly. I make fun of them, but I understand that it has its place. It's part of being a politician. Biden's was fire though. Yeah, Biden was on top. Politician speeches are almost universally boring in my opinion. Fair enough. All right, let me grab some snacks. Let me grab some snacks and let's play some video games. That's what I want to do right now. Boom. Unfortunately for SHS, the GOP has trash leadership and no platform currently because she would kill in 1990. It seems like a time of upheaval in the GOP, but there's still a lot of time for the GOP to figure out what they're going to go with for the next election. Purpose is just to deliver messaging to the general public that serves to win them votes on behalf of interests of whoever sponsors their candidacy. You know, I'm gonna have a hot take. I'm gonna have a hot take. Jordan Peterson has this, there's this interview where he talks about meeting with politicians. Jordan Peterson's talking about meeting with politicians on both sides, in Canada, clearly. And, it's like the older Jordan Peterson, the more neutral one. And what he says there was kind of touching. He says that to him, what he saw when he gathered all those people in the same room who disagreed on almost everything, what he saw was people who are passionate about doing good by their country, by their voter base, by the people that are around them. And political differences aside, he didn't see the characterization we see of like power-hungry, corrupt people, which also exists. He obviously was idealizing the whole situation. But I think we do tend to sometimes forget that at the very least, if anything, at the very least at the beginning, like the reason why people go into politics is obviously to wield power, but also because they believe that they can do good things with that power. And I don't necessarily think that just magically disappears. It just gets complicated. GOP platform is currently anti-lib. When the libs are winning, she has nothing to say. Fair enough. What's her name in the Cruella de Vil coat? The blonde lady. Oh, Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh yeah, she's insane. Only thing Jordan Peterson is passionate about is making fun of the LGBTQ community on Twitter, like on an appalling level. Oh yeah, I hate him for that. He's a horrible person. And that he's been doing for a long time. The like fighting the anti-LGBTQ culture war thing. But I don't know. I like that one take of his on humanizing politicians a little bit. We tend to dehumanize them a lot. Politicians may want to do good things with their power, but I don't think that changes the fundamental role they play. To a certain extent, but I think you're far too cynical about it. There's a lot of space, a lot of place to do good, as long as you understand where to compromise, what hills to die on, and what things to give up. You can accomplish a lot as a politician. And you probably disagree with a lot of what he does, but look at Biden. Biden's been able to accomplish a lot with a lot of compromises. I don't understand how the psych community hasn't banned Jordan Peterson from everything. It's a weird paradigm. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder... I imagine it would be very poorly seen, though, with Jordan Peterson. Because, like... You are supposed to be... You are supposed to be somewhat neutral as a researcher. I don't know. I know he's lost a lot of respect in many academic circles, but to be real, does he even still have his teaching position in what was the University of Toronto? I think. I'm pretty sure he's been working full time as a pundit and as this. Right, he works for the Daily Wire. He did all the self-help books, all that stuff. I think it's been a long time since he actually had to deal with the academic community and the university world. You should run in the U.S. You could win in Sanders' country. I mean, if I could, I would love to. If I felt like I could and like I could make a change and all that stuff. Well, I don't know if I would love to, but it would be an interesting adventure. I would definitely need to move back to the US for that, though. At the very least. Politicians are not there to come up with original ideas or express ideas in a nuanced way. Fair enough. I don't mind that, though. Originality is overrated, okay? To what degree does that represent... Peterson overuses his degree as a way to back up his points that have no basis in research or knowledge. That is true. Yes. Versus Biden just functioning as part of a broader apparatus comprised of interest groups and academics slash think tanks where his position is to be a face and voice capable of occupying a specific position within the state machinery. I'm not saying it's good or bad, just that I have literal interest in it. You know, my friend Chao, actually, because I used to think the same way. I used to believe that there was very little space for individual and people's voices in politics. And notably, I was referring myself to the Gillens and Page from 2014, I think. Gillens and Page paper. Yeah, 2014. Testing theories of American politics, elites, interest groups, and average citizens. The Gillens and Page study shows a very bleak picture of U.S. democracy. If you just stop at that study, it looks like interest groups and elites rule policymaking in the U.S. However, a lot of other very, very interesting studies have been published since, using sometimes using the same data set as Gillens and Page, sometimes using other data sets. Sock Done Left has a good video compiling those other studies. Oh god, okay, Sock Done Left YouTube. Gillens Page. Okay, I don't know if I'll be able to find it right away. Anyways, he has a really good video compiling the rebuttals to Gillens and Page that basically paint a much more nuanced picture of the influence that that the elites and interest groups have over U.S. policy. It's a lot more complicated, and it's a gross oversimplification to think that interest groups and lobby groups have majority control over U.S. policy. We tend to be very cynical about it, and we shouldn't. We actually shouldn't. There is a lot to learn from just looking at the actual data. Sock Done Left. Let's see if I can find his channel. Oh yeah, there you go. Oh yeah, influence and affluence. It's a pretty old video, so I probably should scroll a bit further down. Well, the degree to which interest groups have control over policy insofar as that stands in opposition to the interests of the general public is a different issue. It's hard to believe that lobbies want the same thing as the people often. They can be nefarious, but I think there's some merit to trickle down. Don't quote that, it's against my brand. I feel you. Oh yeah, this one. The USA is not a plutocracy.
Socialism Done Left here for Common College, where I educate fellow leftists for saying dumb shit. Today's leftist is Red Plateaus, who produced a video titled What is Democratic Socialism? I actually really like this video. It's pretty thoughtful, it's pretty well produced, and it does a good job of citing stuff and making sure you know what that citation is. Unfortunately, one of those citations is Gillens and Page 2014. They use this citation to argue that the United States should be considered a plutocracy, not a democracy. Let me play the video.
Fortunately for the rich, there's nothing like democracy in the classical sense anywhere in the United States, or, as far as we know, in Europe either. As a recent study by Martin Gillens and Benjamin Page concludes, when the preferences of economic elites and the stands of organized interest groups are controlled for, the preferences of the average American appear to have only a minuscule, near zero, statistically non-significant impact upon public policy. Who do they find does have power? Essentially, the richest, the ruling capitalist class.
There's nothing inherently wrong with citing Gillens and Page 2014. It's a fine study, they did a good job of summarizing its results. However, 3 more recent studies using similar or related methodologies have found results opposite to those of Gillens and Page 2014. In this video, we'll review 4 studies. First, we'll look at Gillens and Page 2014 itself, then we'll look at a pretty direct replication, and then we'll look at 2 studies that use different methodology but examine the same question. Let's start with the study itself, or Testing Theories of American Politics, Elites, Interest Groups, and Average Citizens, authored by Martin Gillens
Yep,
and Benjamin
that's the
Page in
study.
2014. First, quote, Gillens and a small army of research assistants gathered data on a large, diverse set of policy cases, 1,779 instances between 1981 and 2002, in which a national survey of the general public asked a favor-opposed question about a proposed policy change. Next, they made a list of all organizations that had ever appeared in Fortune magazine's Power 25 list, which is intended to capture the 25 most powerful interest groups in a given year. They also added the lobbying groups for the 10 industries with the largest lobbying budgets. For each of their 1,779 issues, they attempted to determine whether each interest group was supportive or opposed to it. Finally, they manually reviewed, quote, news accounts, government data, congressional quarterly publications, and academic papers, unquote, to determine whether the policy was enacted or not. In short, for 1,779 policy questions, Gillens compiled national survey data, interest group support and opposition, and whether the policy was actually enacted or not. The results were as red plateaus described. In Model 4, that's the fourth column, you can see that the preferences of average citizens only had a 0.03 positive correlation with adoption of a given policy, and that this correlation was not significant, meaning that there's insufficient evidence that average citizen preferences are correlated with a policy being adopted, and that even if they are correlated, it's a really weak correlation. In contrast, the preferences of economic elites have a 0.76 correlation with policy adoption and are significant at the p less than 0.001 level. Similarly, the alignment of interest groups has a 0.56 correlation with policy adoption and is also significant at the p less than 0.001 level. This means that there is a strong
A lot of people base their understanding of U.S. democracy on this study, and it's not that the study is flawed. The methodology misses a few points that further studies refine, and that's how they find different results. But the Gillens and Page is a good study and opened a very interesting dialogue. It's just you can't just stop there. You can't just oversimplify the way democracy works at that.
correlation between economic elites supporting a policy and it being adopted, and interest groups supporting a policy and it being adopted. This is pretty convincing stuff. If Gillens 2014 was the only data available on this topic, then absolutely, you could conclude that the United States is not a democracy, if by democracy you mean one where the median person in terms of income has influence on policy. But it isn't. So let's look at oligarchy or class war, political parties and interest groups, and unequal public participation on policy adoption by Matt Grossman and William Isaac. This study is a pretty direct replication of Gillens 2014 with additional data considered. First, for each policy, they examined whether Republican and Democratic leadership were in support or opposed to this policy, rather than just examine policy adoption on its own. Second, they expanded the number of interest groups by including a lot more mass advocacy groups, which were missed by the original dataset. Third, each policy proposal was coded as economic, social, or foreign policy. Fourth, each policy was coded as liberal, conservative, or mixed, and as large, medium, or small in terms of policy shift. And so, if Gillens' results were really strong, we'd expect to find basically the same results as in that study. We do not. It turns out that breaking down by party support or opposition, and that breaking down by policy area is really, really important to determining the impact of elites on policy. First, let's look at figure 1. Here you can see that there's a strong positive correlation between affluent opinion, meaning people at the 90th percentile, and Republican position. There's no correlation between affluent opinion and Democratic position. There's a strong negative correlation between the middle class opinion and the Republican position. For the Democrats, the more likely the middle class are to support something, the more likely the Democrats are to support it. This seems like strong evidence against the plutocracy position. If it were true that the middle class had no political power, then it wouldn't make sense for the Democratic Party to adopt their positions. And by adopting their positions, the Democratic Party is of course giving those positions power. So it seems like the average American does have a significant impact on the Democratic Party at least, if not the Republican Party. Now let's look at table 6, which looks at policy adoption by each of the 3 types of policy: foreign,
I'll spare you the rest. Stockton Left does a great job in going over the specific points. I personally read the entirety of all the studies cited here. It's pretty interesting. I think I like it. I like this because it's kind of it gives hope. Okay, we keep seeing corruption scandals. We keep seeing politicians make decisions that appear to us to be against public interest. We keep seeing problems with interest groups and such influencing public opinion. It's not as bad as it appears, okay? That's why I wanted to bring this up. It's not as bad as it appears. If I recall correctly, in the study, he's talking about affluent with an extremely low bar. Yes, it's top 10th percentile. That's one of the criticisms of those series of the data set here. The data set is not granular enough to look at like top 1%. It's only by tenths of 10th percentiles. So yeah, when they say affluent people, they mean top 10th percentile of income. China is more democratic than the USA. Good one. Democracy Perception Index, report 2022. Collaboration with Alliance of Democracies. Wow. Oh, I would need to put in my info. Okay. I don't feel like doing that now. I'll check it out. Off topic, but I definitely would recommend watching The Mask You Live In. Yeah, I need to note it down. I'll probably like watch it with Sophie, or like add it to the list of stuff to watch with Sophie. Oh, by the way, you can see the cat. See there, there she is. Look, there's a cat here. Sophie came, brought her over so she could stay over for a bit longer instead of having to go back and forth and taking care of her cat. Nice pussy, thank you, Kino. El gato. I mean, I do think every large-scale political organization is fundamentally oligarchic, but I don't think that is material to the question of whether or not the fundamental role of an elected politician is to be a face and voice for simplified talking points provided them by some sort of team. Oh yeah, that is actually true. Well, especially a president. A president is a figurehead. That's true as well. But that doesn't mean they don't have real power either. I just don't like oversimplifying those situations, Chang Yang. Can you feel me on that? But like you're right. For the most part, the job description of being a politician, especially like a president, is that of a figurehead. If we look at someone who's a chief of staff, then they're dealing with a lot of nitty-gritty daily problems compared to like a president who, like you said, they're a face, they're a voice. I agree with that. It's more interesting to just look at the source of where politicians get their talking points from. Well, if you can look that up, yeah, that's interesting. The cat's name is Velvet. She's called Velvet because she's all fluffy like velvet. Hegemonic masculinity is what that documentary is about. The Mask You Live In. Oh, that's a nice name actually for that. I wouldn't have guessed that it was about this, but I get it actually. I get the idea of how like masculinity, the way a lot of men will feel masculinity in their lives will be as a mask. The fact that you need to repress your emotions, the fact that you need to bend over who you are to fit certain standards. The concept of a mask works there, yeah. Yes, exactly. I feel like most men go through this. Yeah, like now that you've said it's about masculinity, just the title already resonates with me. Yeah, I can just look at what think tanks put out and what academics say and what the relatively intelligent ideologues say. Sure. Yeah, let's watch the trailer.
Stop crying.
Stop with the tears.
Don't cry. Pick yourself up.
Stop with the emotion.
Don't be a pussy. Don't let nobody disrespect you.
Be cool and be kind of a dick.
Always keep your mouth shut.
Nobody likes a tattletale.
Bros come before hoes.
Don't let your woman run your life.
You bitch.
What a fag. Get laid. Do something.
Be a man.
Be a man.
Grow some balls.
The team behind misrepresentation.
The three most destructive words that every man receives when he's a boy is when he's told to be a man.
We've constructed an idea of masculinity in the United States that doesn't give young boys a way to feel secure in their masculinity, so we make them go prove it all the time.
Within their peer group culture, each of them is posturing based on how the other boys are posturing, and what they end up missing is what they each really want, which is just that closeness.
In good times, guys are like really close to each other, but when things get a little bit worse, you're on your own.
From middle school, I had 4 really close friends. Once I kind of went into high school, I struggle finding people I can talk to because I feel like I'm not supposed to get help.
Our kids get up every morning. They have to prepare their mask for how they're going to walk to school.
That is a very, very common thing, yeah. Like losing the... find it really hard to make new friends. To be fair, that's not necessarily just a gendered issue, but when you have this idea baked in that you should be able to fix all your problems by yourself, that you're only responsible for yourself, that all those ideas that aren't necessarily that bad by themselves, but amount to isolating you, then it becomes really, really hard to actually evolve your social circle, make new friends, meet new people, and keep up building social identity. There is a lot of isolation in men's lived experiences.
A lot of our students don't know how to take the mask off. What is it you don't let people see? Almost 90% of you have pain and anger on the back of that paper.
If you never cry, then you have all these feelings stuffed up inside of you, and then you can't get them out. They really buy into a culture that doesn't value what we've feminized. If we're in a culture that doesn't value caring, doesn't value relationships, doesn't value empathy, you are going to have boys and girls, men and women go crazy.
I had anger issues in high school. I felt like an outcast.
I've been suspended at least once every year I was here.
We would just look for trouble and just like try to fight.
Boys are more likely to act out. They're more likely to become aggressive. Most people miss that as depression or see it as a conduct disorder or just a bad kid.
This this resonates a lot. Also, Sophie right now has been reading this feminist book about masculinity, and I've been I just the other day I was like looking through it and read a random page. It's the same topic basically. I feel like feminists push this "oh, men should be open with their emotions" rhetoric, but really they just want them to do so in a way that validates their feminism. I think you're being disgustingly uncharitable with what people are criticizing in toxic masculinity. And even if that was the case, if feminists are just seeking validation, that doesn't address the issue that emotional repression is not a healthy way of coping with our issues. You can ask Oyoyo, he was there also. Yeah, Scripture is my brother. We grew up in a Buddhist family, in a Buddhist temple. Insofar as they express frustration with their ideology, they demonize that. I think it's a lot more complicated than that. A lot of men have suffered because of those things. Wait, are you being serious? Yes. With the Buddhist brother thing, yes, I am. A lot of men have suffered a lot because of those things. In Poland? No, I was born in the U.S. Both my parents used to be Polish, were Polish, but had moved to the U.S. at that point. That's where they met, and that's where I grew up until I was 5, and then our parents moved to Paris.
I felt like just giving up on life. You know, I actually had suicide thoughts in my head at 6th grade.
I felt alone for...
It doesn't... I know. Scoopster's experiences may be different. I didn't have much interaction with the Buddhist community. What Scoopster is talking about, and I've heard about it, is more the patriarchal aspect of the Buddhist hierarchy, or like any religious hierarchy that's patriarchal in nature is gonna have those aspects. I don't know how much that has affected me. Maybe ideologically, where in Buddhism there is a lot of stoicism baked in, and stoicism really feeds into those ideas of like being a man, being emotionless, being in control of your emotions, being in control of the situations of yourself, etc. Yeah, hegemonic masculinity exists in Eastern philosophies as well, exactly. But the way what I'm seeing here resonates with me is simply through normal socialization. I'm not like some weird. I was in a super patriarchal Buddhist temple, just like going to school and having to deal with being called a fag, having to deal with how people perceive me, what behaviors led me to be recognized and respected by my peers, and what behaviors led me to be disrespected by my peers. That's what resonates with me in what I'm seeing here. I'm not the one bringing up Buddhism. I don't care about that when it comes to this topic. For me personally, I mean. Like this stuff that's happening here, that happened to me in school. That didn't happen to me at the Buddhist temple.
For a long time, and I actually thought about killing myself.
Whether it's homicidal violence or suicidal violence.
Is male specific? Not necessarily. I think a lot of those concepts, women should be able to understand them and resonate with them. But they are like many things, it's a bit nuanced, right? The it's predominantly male specific, but would believe that all women have experienced those things, just more often than not to a lesser extent. Well, of course, as we all know, Buddhism is an auth-centered religion. Ironically, it's ironic that you say that. I mean, between Julius Evola, inspiring his auth-right thinking from notably Eastern philosophy, and you'd be surprised at how many like far-right fascist ideologues. I mean, this is very niche, but back in Asia, there actually is such a thing as being like a fascist monk. I actually stumbled upon a blog of a monk in, I think it was Southeast Asia, probably Malaysia or something, or Philippines, who wrote about Buddhism from like an actual fascist perspective, like someone who reads Evola, who reads Hitler. No, I would not say Evola is a fascist. No, Evola was more like an influencer, like what alt-right is to far right, right? Evola was a thinker that contributed to that thinking, but oh, you see, Evola is being to the right of fascism. Okay, my understanding was he was more like a thinker who contributed to the rise of fascism. The problem is that men are vulnerable. Men are in an insecure position. Yes, but to address vulnerability, you need to be able to face it. Like what people denounce in the socialized form of masculinity in contemporary culture, and in toxic masculinity, basically, I should just use that term, is the idea that we cannot turn to anyone when we're vulnerable. We are much less likely to go to a doctor when we have a problem. We're extremely less likely to go see a therapist when we have a problem. We're much less likely to ask for help from our support groups, whether they're friends, family, etc. We have a problem with showing our vulnerability, because when you actually show your vulnerability, you can also get help and improve your situation somewhat.
To such desperate behavior only when they are feeling shamed and humiliated, or feel they would be if they didn't prove that they were real men.
If you're told from day one, don't let nobody disrespect you, and this is the way you handle it as a man, respect is linked to violence.
If I can man up, why step down from that? You feel me?
It's like instinct.
So man up! Man up! Man up! Man up! Pull some fucking balls! Act like a man!
Be a man.
Be a man!
For my kids, I was going to end this hyper-masculine narrative here.
Nice. Maybe I think, though, that the relationship between Evola and fascism is exaggerated. Evola's conception of like the ideal kind of social order is basically like the Hindu caste system. My understanding was that Evola was not necessarily very influential, but I just find him interesting on the topic of Eastern philosophy, because in the West, people think of Eastern philosophy as this like hippy-dippy, the far left, wacky New Age thing, when the realities are it absolutely can play into patriarchal, authoritarian, far-right ideologies just as easily. I've also seen men waiting before going to the doctor, even if it was making their condition worse. I've seen women do this too. I don't think this is necessarily gendered. So, once again, Jokesta, you're right. Women do that too. But what Damdanet is referring to is, well, actually she's saying from the perspective of an anecdote, but what people base this idea of toxic masculinity on is that there are actual aggregate statistics backing this. Statistically, women are more likely to go to the doctor sooner. Now, are there exceptions? Of course there are. There are many. The proportions aren't like, it isn't like 99% of women are better at going to doctors than men, etc., etc. It's a bit more nuanced than that. And you're right to point that out. But men are less likely to actually look for help in every single study I've seen on this topic, and those things have been looked into. Yeah, Westerners have a weird relationship with Eastern religion / philosophy. Like Buddhism, I think, lends itself to rule by relatively ideologically neutral strongmen. I see what you mean, yeah. I think I personally view religion a lot like how Nietzsche wrote about it, in the sense that it's basically a system that gets used by people to keep other people weak, honestly. I mean, if you look at countries like Thailand and Myanmar, they're rife with rule by military junta. Yeah, and if you look at the logic of the worldview, it is basically one of coping with suffering by detaching oneself from worldly matters. Yes, the Buddhist teaching is very, very easily one that's kind of goes in line with like Confucianism, of maintaining the status quo, maintaining social order, never really speaking up about injustice, about any problems. That is, and that's one of the main criticisms I personally have with Buddhist ideology, is that acceptance is a really good skill to have. Acceptance is a really good skill to have in your like in your tool set, but when you make acceptance the be all end all of your interaction with the world, then you can no longer fight back against things that are bad. You can take it to a really insane extreme. Confucianism is different. I'm not saying they're the same. I'm saying they're similar in that they become subservient to maintaining a status quo. Actually, Peterson sounds a lot like Confucius at times. Really? Right, but I'm not down to be tolerant of intolerance. It's a mindfuck, yeah. Alright, let's do some Dark and Darker. Let's do like 1 or 2 runs. Hopefully the queue is faster than yesterday. I don't want to wait like... Oh, come on. I don't want to like wait forever for the... Sorry for the derail. No, no worries. It's a good convo. I like it. Dark and... Dork and Dorker. Let's call the stream like this. Hey, let's do like one or a couple runs of Dark and Darker. Let's go. You'll hit the blue portal 100%. Run a casino. Oh yeah, good idea. Let's run a casino. Wait, how do I run a casino? / not pull. Okay, I need to check what's the command for that. Twitch run casino. Okay, no, that's not what I was looking at. What's it called again? How to Twitch do bets. Top of the chat window will now show a ticker cell banner encouraging users to make a prediction. Okay, how to use Twitch predictions. Oh yeah, predictions, that's the one. / prediction, okay. Will this be the run? Okay, wait, will Oyoyo make it to the portal? Yes. No. 1 minute to do the prediction. Got it. All right. I think what a lot of left-wing types in America see in Buddhism is an escape from the constraints imposed by Western conservatism. Maybe? Partially? Don't see how the sort of hedonistic, identity-obsessed politics, obsessed lifestyle they engage in is also anathema to Buddhism. On a certain level, but the culture war bullshit of being intolerant of people's lifestyles is also against Buddhism. But I guess that's why you were saying it's like you see it as centrist. But yeah, like when I was talking about that like fascist monk guy, it was basically that. It was like raging out because women are wearing their clothes are too skimpy, and that makes him all hot and bothered, and they're ruining his chastity. Okay, I don't like this room already. No one's here. Alright, I need to focus up. Oh shit. That's a mage and 2 fighters. Okay. Let's protect and buff. I'm gonna try to do this fight. Wish me luck. Oh, there's a barbarian fighting over there. Yeah, crap. Already taking way too much damage. Way too much damage. Okay, killed one of them. Shit, the guy got buffed, I think. Come at me, bro. Good. Oh, there's the barbarian dude. Okay, let's heal ourselves while he's distracting them. Buff again. I want to kill the goblin mage here. Yeah, want to fight me, bro? Oh god, he fucked me up so bad. Jesus Christ. Okay, I thought I could. I wanted to co-op with him. Okay, I don't want to murder each other. I wanted to fight together. We could have done amazing, great things. Okay. Oh wait, I'm level 5. Wait. Oh. I could have taken a perk. Never mind. Oh, well, that makes the prediction. How do I? Well. I'm sorry. Whoever voted. Well, I guess no one voted. No one voted no. So. $120 channel points awarded to 0 viewers. Oh no. Did no one win any points? I should have just refunded. Okay, who was it who voted yes on the prediction? Why am I hearing someone getting wrecked? Because I got wrecked. So basically I could only lose points. Okay, I'm sorry, Jokesa. I'll refund the next time. I didn't realize. I did not realize it was gonna destroy the points. Okay, there's a goblin over here. Oh, and a goblin here. Shit. What the heck? Okay. I lost way too much HP on that. I have like 20 carry. I don't care. Fair enough. Oh, there's an archer over there too. I don't like this. Okay, let's play it. Let's use our buffs. I don't use them enough, honestly. But yeah, I'm getting wrecked, Max Epidemi. Okay. Well, our buffs are still up. Let's get this guy. Perfect. Okay, I'm getting the hang of it. Move speed 2, armor rating 20. Now let's have more armor since we're bonking hard. I'm just scared of that archer as well. Over there. Should be. Oh no, the circle. We forgot about the circle. This is not good. There's some loot here. Nope. This is not good. Okay, we made it. Oh, come on. Alright, I'm doing better. At least in the... I'm at least doing better in the PvE aspects of the game. Which I kind of is what matters, let's be real. Okay. I also have poison on the daggers. I think that goes through my protection, which sucks. Okay, that missed. Oh, circle's closing in. Let's not go down here. Uh-oh. 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 Oh, there's a player here. I'm gonna fuck him over. What a dumbass player. He's attacking me after I brought a bunch of goblins. At the very least, like, we need to fight together. Look, he's gonna die. Actually, is he gonna die? I don't know. Yo, dude's playing way better than me. Maybe we should just go watch his stream. He actually knows what he's doing. Holy cow. Yeah, look at my body. I ain't got shit. There's an EU boycott of this game. Wait, what? Why? What are you talking about? Wait, how can I play it if there's an EU boycott of the game? Oh, I can get a second perk. Oh, that's a huge difference. Heal yourself for 15% of the health's total heal amount when healing another target. That's good for party play. Increase your physical damage bonus by 20% when attacking undead monsters. Resurrection an ally. Harmful effects. Increase your base magical heal. Let's just reduce all types of incoming damage for now. Oh, the writer said stuff about it? Huh. I had not heard about that. What's the boycott about? What's happened? Oh, I remember this room. I haven't watched your stream in a while. You're looking crisp as hell. Yeah, I've been doing this setup for a while. How are you doing, Dupe? Oh, someone's fighting someone else up there. I know I can sneak in and pick up the this chest in the middle. Should be safe, actually. Now let's do it. Oh, never mind. Oh, crap. That should have hit. Oh. I am taking a lot less damage, though. That's good. You're doing good. Nice. Oh, crap. What? Let's heal up. Coins. Let's go. All right, this run's looking better already. Some gold trinkets. Aggro this guy. Good. Alright, we are just grinding those goblins, I guess. Easy kills. Not worth a lot, but it's something. Yeah, let's break those barrels. Alright, so the goal is going to be to make it to an actual portal. That would be really nice. Yeah, I cannot equip any of this. Uh-oh. Is that the player? No, that's not a player. Okay. We are going to be getting a lot of stuff here if I make it up there. Let's cast our buffs. Oh, that is a player. Okay. Let's cast our buffs anyway. Oh. No, he's just running away. I'm okay with that. Oh, fuck. Oh, come on. Wait, what just happened? Did I disconnect? No, never mind. What? Wait, why does this guy come at me with 1 HP? The heck? Okay. I guess, thank you. Is this the run? I think this is the run. Let's fully heal up. Full protection, full bless. Get rid of this so we can make space for more loot. Oh, yeah. Ow. No. 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 Oh my fucking god. I'm almost dying to some stupid ass spiders and a zombie. Okay, thank god that spider's stuck behind the... Oh, fuck. Stop. Oh no, then the circle's closing. Fuck! Ah! Ah! I had so much loot! No! No! Why? I'm so sorry. I stepped forward. Oh no. Oh no. Wait, what's happening with my camera as well? Let me restart the... He stepped when he should have slid. No, I need to do was dodge that attack. I was panicking because I saw the circle closing in. I was like, shit, I gotta kill him fast. It's probably just one more hit, and the circle's closing, and it's the last circle, and I need to escape. And no, what am I doing? Ah, that was such a good run. That was so unfortunate. Dumb fuck. Yeah. I feel dumb. Okay, it's okay. It's alright. Alright, you know what I'm gonna do? White man's greed, kind of, yeah. I fell for white man's greed. Alright, let's do a prediction. This time, this runs the run. Nothing was lost, okay? That's, And this time, if only... Nothing of value was lost, and this time, if no one votes on one side, I'll just cancel the prediction. I want, like, make you lose your points. Okay, I'm hearing someone fighting. Potion of protection. That's actually good. Zombie over here. Fucking spiders. Okay. Oh god, that's way too many spiders. Okay, let's kill the spawner. See, this is... Like, normally fighting a zombie and taking 0 damage, never mind. Okay. Almost 0 damage. Oh, there's a player there. Kill it fast. Oh no! No! Oh, fucking daggers. How low was he? Oh, one more hit. Yeah, if I whiffed one of those hits because he was like so fast around me. If I had landed that extra hit, he would have been dead. Damn, that was close. Okay, so much for that prediction. Did anyone even vote? Okay. I guess I need to cancel the prediction. Delete and return points. Man, this game is hard. Will Oyoyo kill another player? Or defeat? Oh, 1 minute is actually too long, because I'm gonna run into another player by... You could cheat on the prediction really easily. That's okay. Dup, are you gonna play this game? It acts so leisurely, yes. I had 2 points, dog. Oh yeah, because you're like spending all your points all the time. Good. Okay. We're off to an okay. Ah! Fuck! That scared the shit out of me. That's a mimic, by the way. Did I kill it? Nice, +2 defense. And you get a tap. Here, another tap for you, Goblin. Well, it's the way this game works, okay? It's, it's not easy to be in a situation where you can actually charge in. Usually you need to not take any damage. Oh, fuck the circle. Okay, let's take some damage here, I guess. That's locked, I mean. Alright, let's go up here. No, I'm just gonna die here. Plus, the cleric is really cool, but it takes me longer to open things to interact. Oh, come on, that hit me? Oh, come on. Oh, there's a spawner here. I'm gonna die the same way I did that last round, am I? Oh, I'm 100% dead now. That player's gonna kill the shit out of me. Maybe I can escape here? Oh, yeah. Yeah, running into a player there in that situation is really bad. Okay, he dodged that. I hate how the way people play, because like last time when I played, people were actually playing where we would cooperate, and there'd be like a sense of betrayal maybe when they turn around and decide to kill you. Those last 2 rounds, the way people have been playing is just kill on sight, even if they themselves are gonna die. What happens if you don't constantly die? I hate to see that, Pepe. Dude, I almost had such a good run. Almost. Yeah, see, like, if that guy had helped me instead of betraying me, we could have gotten out of there together. And we probably would have made it out together. And until now, what I've been seeing when I was playing in the Goblin Caves is kind of like a 50-50. Sometimes people would play together and we would cooperate. Sometimes we wouldn't. But usually when you cooperate, everyone ends out doing better. Oh, also the prediction. I'm beginning to think Oyoyo wouldn't have fun playing Rust. Look, all I'm saying is, it's irrational. It's irrational to just kill on sight when we're surrounded by enemies. It's not... Oh, crap. It's not that complicated of a concept. Oh, come on, that hit me? Bullshit. Yeah, I just played 5 games of this game and I died every time. Dude, this game is super hard. Don't feel bad about that. This game is really, really hard. I had such a good run a couple runs ago, and I threw it at the end. I was almost out. I had my inventory full of treasure, like almost completely full, just treasure, and I threw it. Yo, Kiyoshi, you wanna group up? Like once I finish this one, you wanna try doing a duo queue? Okay. Ooh, wizard hat. Blue. Well, maybe you sure? I say, me too, dude. I haven't been able to finish a single dungeon here. What does the lever do, actually? Oh, it opens something here. Oh, fuck. Oh, no. This is really bad. This is really fucking bad. This is like one of the most dangerous enemies I've ever encountered in this game. Luckily, I can kite him around the pillar. Oh, fuck. Look at this. He takes out like 1/3 of my HP. Oh, no, fuck. Okay, there we go. Should have just played it safe. Okay, like that. No third attack. Rip. Ah, fuck. See, this guy swings with strength, you just tap. That is true. I'm a level 1, I just started. I switched to Ranger, Freak, Wizard. Wizard is actually really good when you know how to play him. Wizard is capable of doing incredible things in this game. I've gotten owned by Wizards. But Rangers as well, and Rangers is pretty cool. But yeah, let's try it. We're on Castle. What's your name? And what's your ID? I look so dumb with it. It's hard. It's hard. You need to like manage all the spells and all that stuff. Also, Kiyoshi, do you have a Discord? Because I don't really want to use in-game voice. It's Kiyoshi. Okay. Let's see. It's Kiyoshi. Player not found. Is it like because it's capitalized? Are we on the same server? EU Central, Frankfurt? Yep. It's Kiyoshi, huh? 0 blocked players. Wait, that wasn't your name, right? Or did you not have the game open? I'm betting it's that. Alright, also Discord. Here, you know what? Go join my Discord. That way you can add me as a friend or something, and then we can just hop into the voice chat. Oh, there you are. Yes, invited. Yep, I got you. I sent you an invite. Okay, you accepted. Alright, you want to do, so you want to hop on voice? It'll be easier. If you have Discord. If you don't have Discord, then that's fine. Oh yeah, cool. There you are. Alright, sent you a friend request. I could just send a message, right? Or you could just join any of the voice channels and then in the server. Oh, Discord is... Oh, no, right. Do I ever play Smash Bros? IRL, I've played Smash Bros, yeah, with like friends and stuff. I'm not good at it. I have a friend who actually did the... Oh, okay, there we go. Yo?
Hello?
Hello?
You hear me?
Quietly, but I hear... I can up the volume, if, unless you can fix it on your end.
Is this better?
A little bit better, yeah.
I think it's the gain. Like this.
Oh yeah, now it's good.
Nice. How are you, man?
Good, and you?
Good, good. Let's start this game. I'm so bad.
Yep.
It's embarrassing.
No, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. It's a hard game. I've only succeeded. I've played for 2 days now. I've only succeeded in making it out like once or twice.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay, so... Oh my god, is this that bad? I didn't even...
The main thing we need to do, we need to keep in mind is like really actually use our abilities. That's the big thing I was failing at in the beginning. So now I kind of like have a better idea of what they are. So I can like heal you, I can...
Oh, you can heal? Okay.
Yeah, I'm a cleric.
So I never played Ranger before.
Okay.
It's my first time, okay? So if I'm bad, I'm sorry.
Don't worry. The only thing I know about Ranger is that you have... there's a lot of zombies in here. Should be easy. Oh, and there's a lever. Let's kill the zombies first, and then I'll take care of the lever. Oh, crap, there's a mosquito thingy here. Oh, stupid. Can you kill the mosquito thingy?
Where is the... Oh,
Oh, yeah, there. I'll just kite them for you. Oh, I'll go get the aggro of that guy back. Okay, I'll just finish.
Wait, I don't have ammo anymore, I think.
Oh, wait, really? You have limited ammo? I thought you had... Oh, damn.
I didn't even know. I think we're gonna lose this because I don't know what I'm doing.
It's fine, it's fine. Just don't take damage, okay? For now. It's fine if you take a little bit of poison damage, but... Okay, I got the mosquito at least. Oh no, the rogue's killing you. It's another player. Oh fuck, he finished you off. Oh no. Oh, there's 2 players here.
So I have limited ammo.
You can reload infinitely, apparently.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
I pressed how? Like R? Like normal like reload button? Let me just like read the thing.
Yeah, check it out first.
Probably it's better.
Coach put me in? No, we're doing it the hard way.
God damn, help guys, help.
No help. Gotta figure it out.
So, oh, I have tracking.
Yeah, you want to join Magic Drill? Also, yeah, I like Smash Bros, but my I know the only friend I have who really likes it, he's like hardcore nerded out on it. He knows the he can do like he knows like the move sets of the characters. He knows the meta for like professional play. He's practiced like all the wave dashes and stuff like that, and it's horrible playing against him basically.
Sheesh.
I'll hop on if you're not waiting for someone else. No, we're not. You mind if we we should move it inside inside my Discord then, so Magic Troll can join us more easily.
Just move me in.
Yep. All right. Yeah, just join join any of the general voice chats, and I'll drag you into the streamer chat. Okay.
Yep.
Who doesn't do that though? I don't do that. Everyone I know wave dash as well. Dude, my experience with Smash Bros is playing as someone who has never actually played the game on that level.
I don't know what I'm doing.
Magic Turtle says in-game VoIP only. I need to be immersed. Oh, come on. Come on, dude. No. Don't make me press a button to talk, please.
So oh wait, I need to look at the fucking keyboard. Sorry for cursing. Keyboard.
No, it's fine.
Keyboard things. This is like it's not family friendly.
No, it's not a family friendly stream.
Okay, good. Good to know. This game is so laggy and buggy. And old.
I haven't had problems with the game, but no, some bugs, but apart from that.
Special command R. Where is the fucking reload button, man?
Wait, let me take a look. Options.
It doesn't even say reload. It says special command, skill 1, skill 2, primary attack, secondary attack.
Yeah, it's probably R then.
I think it's R. But there's like 3 skills. Like there's like a skill where I can see everyone, I think. I'm not sure.
Magic Turtle.
Try. With no trying, you don't know, you know?
I'm not using in-game voice, okay? You want to join us, you can join us, but
oh, I have voice chat on, voice chat off.
VoIP party only, proximity party only. Okay.
Not gonna lie, my character looks hot as fuck. He's the hottest one in the game. God damn, level 8?
Yeah. Let's get carried.
So is it actually like if you play with the highest levels, you're gonna get like also high level people in your game?
I don't think it's really balanced, honestly. I think it's just random.
Balanced, yes. Because it's a demo, I think. Yeah.
Yeah, and like the principle is like Tarkov. You just end up with whoever is in the lobby. I don't think it tries to balance levels or whatever. I could be wrong.
I hate these kind of games, but I don't know why I'm playing it. I'm just gonna try.
I don't know. I never tried Tarkov. I always thought it was kind of
toxic, or like.
Nah, I don't know. I didn't look fun when I watched it. Like every time I watched Tarkov, you just see someone crouching behind a barrel, and like, or like shooting, like fighting with AIs who have either perfect aim or idiotic behavior. It just really didn't seem fun.
Yep, I agree. Oh, I have 6 arrows from 6 arrows. Oh.
Oh yeah, it's like 6 out of 6 for the reload, I guess. I don't know.
So I have 12 arrows.
No, I think it's like in Overwatch. You know how you have like 6 out of 6 means you're magazine is
And
6.
then you reload again.
Yeah.
And then, ah.
Maybe?
Let's see. Let's see. I'm gonna throw one arrow for like, for good.
Yeah, and press R. Just don't shoot
we
us,
can start.
because there's friendly fire.
Yeah, wait, I can reload with R.
There you go.
Nice.
Good job.
Good job for reloading.
Alright, there's a shrine here. What does it do again? Shrine of Health. So
spraying
if we
or
take
something?
damage, the Shrine of Health can heal us. There's gonna be a bunch of loot in here. I remember this room.
Wait, do you hear someone talking?
Oh yeah, that must have been Magic Turtle in the party chat.
What is behind you?
Oh, thanks. Yeah, I'll come in.
He's almost dead.
Yeah.
Okay.
Nice.
I'm reloading. I'm scared of hitting you.
Yeah, you gotta be careful with that. Also, headshots do more damage.
Oh, really? Like that?
Yeah.
Like you need to aim. Okay.
Even with melee weapons, headshots do more damage.
In the head.
There you go.
Damn, I'm so good.
Nice. Got him.
Okay, let's loot this shit, right? Like
Yeah, we need to loot him.
Okay. I never looted in my life, so you press F. Okay.
Yep.
Necklace
There you go.
of peace. Oh.
It's easier this way.
Yeah, like a group, right?
Yeah. Until we run into another group and they're like better players and they kill us and take all our stuff.
Nice, nice. Everything's looted. Nice. Oh, you can break this?
Yeah, you can break the. Yeah, you can break those.
Something in it?
Sometimes, not always. But if you have time, it's good to break them. Yeah.
I found a glass. I'm joking. Fucking broken glass. What now?
Wait for the door. Well, let's group up and then we go somewhere together. We need to finish looting.
Damn. What is that? There's fire, green, light. Can I run in this game?
No, but you can slow down your movement. With
Slower
shit.
than this? Hell no.
So you make less noise if you want to sneak upon someone.
Oh, there's another door here.
Yep. Oh, Magic Turtle is here. Okay, there you go. Hello.
Hello. God damn.
Oh, the guys, you missed the chests.
Oh, where?
It's fine. I'm taking care of him.
Just loot
I'm
it.
looting him.
Okay. Where are we going? Oh, there's this. Oh shit. Oh, 3 on me. I don't have ammo. Oh my god. Oh hell no.
You got that. You got that.
Yeah, I'm
What's
coming.
happening with the chest?
I looted it.
Just die, man. 5 bullets in the head. Nice. How did he die so fast?
I cast an basically an anti whatchamacallit, undead spell. Does a lot of damage to them.
There's people over here that are fighting.
Okay, let me buff you up.
Well, I mean, I don't see them, but I can hear them fighting the bats.
Where are they? You think on the other side of this wall?
I think to our northwest.
Northwest.
Or I don't know, maybe. Oh no.
Oh yeah, I hear him.
They
Yeah.
might be underneath us actually, because there's like or maybe that's just nobody. No, it's not actually attacking anybody, and it's trying to attack us.
Should I open this? Want to go there?
I mean, we can. We can check it out. I think
Yeah.
there's like a door here that in the normal dungeon, it's just a room full of
skellies,
bad guys. But then in the high level, if you come here with like a golden.
Where are you guys? Where's
Underneath?
the-
Oh,
underneath?
oh, there's a ranger hood for you.
Where can I go underneath? Like where? Oh, there.
Oh yeah, over here. And loot the skeleton that's in front of you there. There's a upgraded helmet for you. Oh, and there's a hunting trap up here.
I have so many red things. I don't know what they are.
What do you mean by red things?
Like red items.
Oh, those are items that you don't have the appropriate class to use them. Magic Turtle, shouldn't we... Oh, we need to pick those locks. We don't have a lockpick. Never mind.
Yeah.
There was a door above too.
Yeah, it just goes on back to the other side. Let's follow Magic Turtle over here. Oh. Oh, there we go, got him.
Can you hit behind these bars?
Yes, you can shoot through them. I'm hearing a player.
Oh. Alright, I'm just gonna run in here.
Alright, we're no longer with you, Kiyoshi. I'm buffing you.
It's like a ranger? No, a wizard, and back up.
You're super strong. You can beat him up. Oh.
I'm reloading.
The mage is super low.
Oh, I'm dead.
Killed the player?
I killed the mage. Oh fuck, I'm... Oh no. Oh fuck, I didn't block the shield properly. Oh, at least we killed 2 out of the 3.
Yeah. So what was wrong here? Like what did we do wrong? We just fighted them.
I think.
Like fought.
Yeah, I should have come help you against the mage faster, because we probably could have killed the mage before you got killed by him.
Ah, okay.
Maybe, I don't know. Damn, their tank was too good. Yeah, to be fair, like their fighter was playing really well. He blocked.
Yeah, it was the guy at the end who was like.
Was I the only one lagging there? I think I was bugging.
Oh.
Yeah, like when we fought, I was bugging, but before I didn't. So it's kind of weird.
Yeah, it was really hard fighting that guy.
Almost done preparing.
Alright, let's go.
Let's go. I don't know what my Q is doing. Like, I'm pressing Q, and something green is popping up.
Oh yeah, you should look at your class abilities. Well, next time you're in the lobby, on the top you can press class and you can see what the... you can change your Q. Normally you have several options.
Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure you start with, by default, like your E is a self-heal that you can use 3 times.
Oh, I forgot about my self-heal, duh, the fuck. Yeah. And Q?
I forget what the Q starts out.
Yeah, it's like just like green thing. I think it's like your aim is, your damage is higher, maybe.
Could be, yeah. There's bats in this room and traps. Oh yeah, be careful. The stuff on the black squares
traps,
on the ground. Yeah. Okay, you know about them. Good.
But you jump them, right?
Yep.
God damn, there is something. Oh no, we can't go in there.
A wormhole. You want the wormhole?
We should clear.
Wait, I
out
can try it.
this room over here.
Can you smash this? Oh.
You can, but you don't want to go in there. You don't want to go that way. That way it leads to really annoying skeletons too. That's a shit ton of health. Oh, there's guys over here?
Yeah, I'm coming. Oh, players, you mean? Okay.
Yeah.
I'm blessing you. Never mind, you're no longer my field of view. Okay.
There's a spider under you.
Oh, there's a... Okay, I'm gonna heal myself.
I don't know. Oh, they're over here. I'm chasing them.
Good luck.
They closed the door.
Yeah, it's quick to close doors and it takes long to open them, so...
Not for me.
Behind you.
Wait, he's behind me?
No,
Yeah,
spiders behind you.
What? What do you... What?
He said spiders behind you.
Oh, spider. Oh, okay.
We should just loot this room. We shouldn't be chasing them. Like, they can run away faster and...
No, this
there's
game
plenty of
is...
stuff here.
I mean... I'm going in.
Alright, I'm not. I'll catch up to you, okay? Perhaps.
You killed one?
Nice.
Nice. The other one is in the room. Like right side on the stairs.
I'm just looting.
Kill him. Hey, yo, clear it.
Yep.
Help.
Alright, I'm out of heals.
See, we killed them, and now we established our dominance in this region, and now we can peacefully loot.
Nice.
Shall we? There's a big ass shield in here.
Oh damn. Where can I put that shield like?
Oh, it's for a different class. It's green, so it might be have a good sales value. Oh no! Where are we going?
I wanna go up this way.
Okay.
So I'm just gonna damage real quick.
Is that a guy with a hat?
We got these guys over here. Yeah.
Fuck.
They're going to the right. We can chase this one.
Okay, I cast protection. Oh, there's an exit portal here.
Okay.
But it's just one. It's just one.
Over here.
Yeah, let's kill those guys.
Yeah, they're looking at us. There. Yeah, they're both there. In that room too.
Yeah, I see him.
I hit him.
Oh, you hit me.
Really?
Yeah, that's okay.
I hit him now. He's coming up.
Oh, sorry. Well, I avenged you.
Killed him.
I'm dying to the road. Nice.
think melee is so much better than
Honestly,
you don't have any healing. Well,
no,
actually,
I'm out of healing.
These guys might have healing.
Yeah. Okay.
I felt like I got one-shotted or something.
You might have been, yeah. The barbarian.
No, my attack, because I equipped a huge maul. My attack cleaved through the barbarian, so I think he hit you once and I hit you once. It was friendly fire. I'm sorry.
Here, I'm making a campfire. Actually, you do this. You will do it much faster than me, and it'll heal. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, barbarian has like a really slow interaction speed.
Oh, me too. Clerics have slow interaction speed.
Are you sure? I'm pretty
Yeah,
sure.
100%.
Pretty sure it's
part
faster than barbarian.
maybe, but it's part of the description. Clerics have slow interaction speed. As you can see, that took a while. Okay, so we have one portal nearby. You remember where it was?
Yeah, I'm not worried about it. We gotta go get more kills, man.
I don't know about kills, but we surely need to finish looting here. We might be able to.
Andrew Cadis.
Nice. We might be able to perhaps resurrect Kiyoshi.
Bard.
Okay, I picked up his soul heart, and if we can find a shrine. Oh, the circle's closing.
I think if you find like a portal, just go like a portal.
Well, we only have one here. We need to find a second one.
I'm a little uncomfortable with that.
What is this? This is dark and darker, Nablus.
I don't know why.
Oh, yo. My spellcast got restored. I can heal again.
Oh yeah, the campfires do that.
Oh,
spells.
that's awesome. I did not know that. Rat pendant. Oh.
Oh, nice. Pendants are jewelry is really very good.
I got a 6 shield too.
I hear portals.
Yep.
Over here. Also here. Yep. There's a guy over here.
Oh, wait.
We gotta fucking chase this guy. Kill the bard.
Ah, he took the portal.
It doesn't matter because we know where another blue is.
Do we though?
The zone's closing.
Here, you take that blue. You take that blue.
The one that we know where it is? Yeah, okay.
Wait.
Fuck, there's a guy here. There's a guy here.
What is on him? Actually, two.
Okay. Hey. Okay, you... No, you hit me, I think.
No, I didn't hit you.
Okay.
But I couldn't walk past you.
We should have stole that guy's portal. Oh well.
There's a portal there too.
Yeah, I see, but I can't.
Fuck, I had so much loot
there.
And someone took this one. I'm sorry. Oh, there was so many portals here. God damn it. Could have just made it out.
Nice try.
I'm blaming it on Magic Troll. You're the one who wanted to kill people.
They came from behind. The opposite direction that we were running. To kill the people.
I could have just left.
We did not have to...
I know. I'm being dumb. What is this? I'm in
so
the
good at this game.
What is
Can
this?
I change my
the
role?
uncomfortable
my
thing?
class or something.
Yeah.
It's a clip from
right?
it's a clip from this video about Tom
Like
Brady
my whole
kissing
class,
his
or-
kid.
No, you can make like a bunch of characters.
Where some random guy in New York gets interviewed and asks what they think of Tom Brady like kissing his kid on the mouth, and the guy's like,
you could
"I'm a little
try
uncomfortable."
Warrior or knight or soldier. I forget what it's called.
Fighter?
The fighter. Yeah.
What's
could
cool
be a
with fighter?
Barbarian's sort of tough.
What's cool with the fighter is you can equip all the weapons. Like basically anything you find, you can use it.
Ah, nice. There
Then
you go. I look like I don't know what.
You look great. Okay, very classy.
Thanks, man. Thanks. So what does he do though? Let me just check.
Yeah,
his
so go into class and then go into perk and skill.
class, perk, and skill. Movement speed is greatly increased for a short duration. Oh, I can like sprint. Okay. And I can recover HP.
You also have, I don't know if you are aware, but if you go into class and then go to the perk and skill tab, you have other abilities that you can slot in and perks.
Yeah, I see them, but I don't know what. Oh, I need to read them. Wait, I don't know what they do. Move debuffs. What is good in this?
I think for the whatever your class is called, I can't remember.
Fighter.
A fighter. I have brain condition. There's an ability that heals you, or like makes you start regenning health. That's really good.
That's a default skill. And there's something that you can like sprint.
Yeah, that anything that gives you a movement speed buff is really good as well. You can
I
use
think
it, like,
I'm just
going
gonna
in.
like, keep the default things. They're good.
Yeah.
There's like attack speed, then
Yeah, attack speed buff, sort of. Yeah. Because like in this game, like kiting and like sort of manipulating the distance away you are from somebody in melee, so that like their attack doesn't reach, but then you kite in to hit them on your animation is like a big part of the game. And so move speed is
Let's try this.
really important.
if it doesn't work for me, then I guess this game is done. It's not for me. I'm so bad at these games.
It's all good. We would own them in Valorant, okay? That's what matters.
Yeah. Like imagine from League of Legends to Valorant and now to this.
Yeah. Next time I'm gonna get you playing like Arma. Well, Arma 3 is maybe closer to Valorant because that's at least a shooter, but like one of those like hardcore simulation games.
Yeah. What's the game? The old one? Maple Story. We should play
Oh
Maple
my
Story.
god, no! I played that as a kid, and I
never
loved
played
it, but oh no,
Like I tried like many different games, and I never tried like kind of like this kind of games like Maple Story.
yeah.
It looks fun though.
I really like the graphics, but once I realized that it would take like 50 years to level up, because it's one of
Really?
those super grind. Well, at first it goes really fast, but to get to like max level is insane.
Oh, I have a shield. God damn.
Yeah, right click and you can protect.
And
There's
I don't need to reload. Ew, what is that?
That was a mimic.
There's chests over here. I'm gonna
Why is that?
try them out. Yo, I'm in Lotus. I hope I meet you in game. I hope I meet you in game and am the annoying rogue and I will backstab your mage. Dude, we are playing, like, if you want to play solo, you should just play the solo, the Goblin Caves. Or in the playing this is fine too.
No,
but-
I mean.
Wait, I'm so good at this.
Personal taste,
character.
but the Goblin Caves sort of suck compared to the normal mode. Like even
That's
as a
true.
solo.
Yeah, that's true.
But I mean, you know, I'm not gonna knock them because like I do play that occasionally.
Yeah, I like the Goblin Caves.
Guys, I found gold bowl. Gold. Gold. I don't know what that is.
Uh-oh.
Gold though.
Oh no.
Oh no.
I may have triggered a big boss.
I'm dead. What?
Oh.
Oh no, bro.
How?
I'm just gonna kite them around the thingy. Can you?
Oh, it was the boss thing. That's why they.
Kite up the stairs and then jump down.
Oh, there's a bunch of zombies. Ah, that's okay. I'll just go through the poison. Okay, one less.
Yeah, I'm just gonna bust
spider.
open a door.
Oh, we can kill this guy.
No, we have too many mobs in here. We've got the.
Oh, this guy can charge. Shit. And I can't block it. Watch out, I'm bringing the boss over here. Good luck. Oh, there's a oh no, there's those skeleton guys. Okay, we're super fucked.
Oh,
that was a mistake.
Oh, in the head.
I want to say the only thing that you can still accomplish is bring all those monsters onto an enemy, a group of other players, and make sure they die as well.
Oh, so they triggered it for us to die.
Okay, I did not know I was gonna spawn a boss by going in there.
How are you alive? What is this?
I'm not saying I wanted differently, because then I couldn't complain while playing solo, which is the whole point. True.
No, I don't want to go. God damn.
Is he gonna make it? 1, 2. Oh. 3.
The traps kill the enemies too, so
yeah.
Oh, they got a shrine of health. Never mind.
What is that?
It heals you up.
Every statue heals?
Sorry, what?
Yeah, they have different buffs.
Oh yeah, the different.
It's sort of like a potion of protection.
Yeah, it depends on them. I always knew you were a supremacist, them in Lotus. After all, you're a gamer.
Bro. Oh my god, lag.
He's one hit.
Oh no.
Ew, that sound.
Yeah. One person escape portal has appeared. We might even make it out. You probably have like 0 loot too, right?
But oh shit, there's a person here. This is not good.
Hello again.
I don't know if you got this. How many potions did you have? Did you just loot them?
Brought 6 potions in with me.
Holy
3
cow.
of the base one and 3 of the slightly better one.
Damn.
If you drink, if you drink different types of health potions, the healing it applies will stack.
Oh, that's good to know.
I thought it doesn't stack.
Yeah, different. Yeah.
Yeah, if you like different rarities.
Chill, box, chill. Chill, bro. Nice, he's chill.
Okay, there's more portals appearing. You might still
There's
make
no
it
fall
out.
damage, right? There's no way.
There, I
I
think
don't-
there
I don't believe
is.
there
No?
is. Oh, there is?
I don't know, actually.
No, there isn't. There isn't.
There isn't?
Trust
Okay.
me.
True. You know the game. You know the game. Do it, jump.
Oh, I developed it. What do you mean, dude? That's why I'm so good. I'm not dying at all.
True. Well, neither of us is dying right now. Only
Wait,
Magic
actually
Shirley.
not dying too. That's so impressive.
Yeah. It's because I figured out how you were playing and I learned from your gameplay.
God damn, I'm
It's all
inspired.
thanks to you. Yeah, you're my inspiration.
Dude, this is not looking good. I'm not hearing any fucking portals near me.
Dude, that spider, chill, bro. The game sounds in this game are so moisty.
Yeah, they are.
Hello.
Just casually waiting.
Yeah. Any portals? Oh, oh no, I thought there's one.
Yeah,
there.
that's 4. If I had a pickaxe, I could go down and collect that shit, but I don't.
Well, for real, there's no fall damage.
Okay. Oh, you hear something? Oh, nice. Go down to level 2.
Is that like a
baller?
Popping out?
What?
I mean, I could go down to level 2, but I mean, it would be... I could extend this.
Yeah, no, don't do it, but it would be pretty funny. So I never actually looked at the kill feed in detail like this. So the down portal is a 3-person portal. So you only need 1 down portal for the entire party. Oh, that's unlucky. Three escape portals spawned, and you got the down portal spawned. Oh, there you go. Nice. Oh, and some last-minute loot. Let's go. Good job.
Nice job. Imagine if...
Yeah, look at him die now. Alright, good job. Alright, let's do one more, and then I'm gonna go to sleep.
Gonna sleep?
Yeah.
No Valo?
Not tonight. I'm tired.
Wait, how I want to ask how old are you? How late is it?
It's 12. It's 12:40 at night, and I am 33 years old.
Oh wait, you live here, right? Where do you live?
In Paris, GMT +1.
Paris. Okay.
So I think I'm like 1 hour behind you.
No, we're actually it's the same. I live in Germany.
Oh right, you're in Germany. Fuck yeah. Yeah, then yeah, same time zone. Cool.
So early though for me.
I
Like,
know.
I woke up at 7 for school, but I don't have school tomorrow, so.
Oh, nice.
Kind of chilling, you know.
Yeah, I've been there's some work happening in the building, so the workers wake me up. Like they are drilling at 9 a.m. and stuff like that. So I kind of have to go to sleep at a reasonable time.
Plug your ears.
Yeah, plug my ears. I'll try that.
Is it a bad idea if I drink an energy drink right now?
If you don't want to stay up all night, then yeah, it's a bad idea. Caffeine, caffeine stays in your body for like 12 hours, basically.
True. But sometimes it doesn't like hit, you know?
Yeah, yeah, it doesn't. But
if you're tired, it doesn't like hit. Like maybe.
Well, the thing is,
hours.
At least for me, I can fall asleep right after drinking a coffee. It's just that the sleep is not going to be very good. You know what I mean?
Oh, so you're like half asleep.
You'll feel it when you wake up. You'll be like, oh, fuck, that was not.
Yeah, like your body is telling you that was not it. That was not the right.
Not the good move.
Yeah. You're not rested. Oh, sorry, I didn't know you were ready.
Okay, this time I'm not gonna die.
Me neither. This is the run.
I'm just gonna take a... Wait, do portals like appear so fast? Or like there's a timing?
No, it takes a little bit.
Yeah, it's
gonna take the first one that I see, even though if I don't have even like loot or anything, it's gonna run.
And
I escape one time.
Ideally, we should like move as a party and find 3 portals together.
Bet.
Listen,
we'll
soldier. Your mission is to get a kill, murder another player. Okay, ruin their fun.
True. And
Dude,
the easiest way
of Rust. Oh my, I hate Rust.
Yeah. The easiest way to accomplish it, kill one of us. We got our backs turned to you, so.
Okay, who should I kill first? Well, I'm stuck. Oh, you gotta like smash that.
Yeah. Oh wait, I can't smash it.
Okay, you guys loot that room. I'm gonna loot this room.
I'll try to sacri- oh, okay, there's a... Watch out, there's a mage over there. Oh, you're walking through taps. That's fine. There's a skeleton behind you.
Kind of green morning star for you.
Oh, nice. Oh, okay, I'm almost dead.
Oh, what? Oh, I thought you died.
Almost.
He has a crystal ball. Do you need the crystal ball?
That's for wizards.
He's gonna take it.
Okay, heals you back up.
No. Half 10 gold. I'm rich. Can we open like these chests here, or?
Sure, we can.
If there's any wooden chests over there that are locked, let me know and I can come over there and break them open.
Okay.
Nope, those are lions chests. Okay.
Running. Dude, cancel.
Oh, watch out, the skeleton.
Where? Oh, let's go. In the head.
Go. Okay, I'm coming back towards you guys.
Oh, wait, what is that? Can I put this all here? Nice. There is a war mall.
Oh, I could
something
equip
else.
that if I wanted to.
Yeah.
There's
Oh,
a
it's
morning
a
star
green
here.
one too.
Yeah, there's this thing.
Wait, let me check out the morning star. No, that's for me.
It does 37.
Yeah, let's try it. Nice. Thank you.
He farted, man.
Yeah, they keep doing that.
They're farters.
We can like use this. I'm lighting up the way. What's in here? There's a chest.
I think I hear people. Yeah, I definitely. Yeah.
Watch out,
yeah,
Kyoshi, you're alone,
They're
and
over
we're
here,
gonna
over here.
fight people.
I'm coming.
He doesn't know I'm here yet. He doesn't know we're here. Pepe laugh, he doesn't know. And he's out.
Here.
How can I come to you guys? I'm lost.
No.
Don't die, guys.
Kill
Don't
the
die.
cleric.
What is this place?
Bro, where were you? What were
I
you
don't know
doing,
where-
Kiyoshi? What were you
where-
doing?
where?
Okay, we got all of them.
Guide me.
The opposite.
Shrine of Power. What does Shrine of Power do?
Oh, here.
It buffs you.
Oh.
Guys, do you want to help?
It's a bit late, but
No, I'm helping. Oh wait,
Oh,
still
did,
like I'm still lost. I thought I found you.
You should be able to see.
Oh god, there's one on me. On.
He's dying to a rogue.
Oh no, I'm coming.
Shirtless rogue.
I
Oh, you
killed him.
got it.
Sheesh.
Nice.
My first skill. I'm gonna like teabag him. Teabag him.
Hey, you looted me, right?
Yeah,
Oh,
I did.
Okay, good. Just so you can get all the shit I had.
Didn't get everything, but because I was running back here to help Kiyoshi. Watch out. Yoshi, I'm gonna come.
I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die.
I'm coming.
Guys, help.
Can
Bro,
you run
it's a
towards me?
skeleton.
There's so many loot in here, like on that guy. I
Yeah.
can't loot though. I'm solo.
Okay,
there's a...
it's fine. I'm coming. God, I'm 1 HP again.
Oh,
I'm 1 HP too.
Wait,
I have a campfire on my body.
Yeah, Kiyoshi, come back.
Wait, maybe he has heals.
I'm gonna use the campfire.
Okay.
If I find it. Where is? Oh, there it is.
Get inside the white line just in case the zone moves in, because
Yeah.
it takes a while to build it.
Come over here.
Yeah.
That's also a shrine to healing. The campfires. It's definitely good.
Takes forever.
Still waiting. Work fast, man.
I'm trying.
Faster.
There we go. And rest.
So, how was your day?
Amazing. We murdered a bunch of people. I saw my friend get killed in front of me.
That's sick.
The classic. And you?
Oh, he deserved that.
True. Okay. Wait, don't move.
Wait, there's a heal thing here. Why did you not
one of you should use it.
Oh.
use it? Wait, how
Okay,
how
I'm
can I
using-
see your health?
On bottom left.
I'm like, oh yeah, I'm like, you know.
Look, hey, I can give you a potion or whatever.
There's a hell no, something is moving. In
Oh,
here.
that's the escape portals.
Ah, there's something in here like kind of like purple stone.
That's just some ore. If you had a pickaxe, you could mine that. And then when you have like a certain amount, you can take it to a vendor to trade it in for ingots that you can then craft into armor.
Okay, good to know.
Hey, come with me. There's loot to be had, and then we can take the portal. Okay, there's one portal here, and I think I heard maybe another one.
Peace out. Oh, I'm joking.
Yeah, you can take it honestly.
I'm coming with you.
Wait, where was the? Oh, it's
It was
outside.
over there.
Oh yeah, fuck.
Oh hell no.
Yeah, let's take the portal. I'll figure, or like maybe help me figure
No,
out
you.
an exit, but.
Okay, I'm gonna help you and then we come back here.
Activate the portal right now so you can just run back to it. Like as long as you remember how to run back to it, you can run through the storm, taking damage, and then just hop into it.
Okay.
Oh, there's a Shrine of Health here. Take it.
Dude, where are all the portals?
Jiggle pig. Nothing here.
Not seen anything. A dead mimic. People were here before.
Open chests.
Yeah.
Maybe here.
Oh, potions. And a chest. Oh, skelly.
Oh, 2 red chests.
Any portals? Damn, there's nothing in.
Portal Chan mod check?
Mod check. You're dying alone? What happened, bro?
No, I'm not dying. I'm just fighting.
I can't see.
All dead. There's you can loot him. There's some stuff in here.
So much like jewelry.
Yeah.
I don't have like a place.
Oh, the jewelry is better than anything else you're carrying, basically.
Yeah.
Like better than
Who's
the.
gonna... Oh, there's a thingy here. Portal.
Is it the right kind?
there's
Oh yeah,
one.
good.
Two portals.
Oh, perfect.
Let's go.
Oh wait. Okay, yeah. Oh, you open the portals, and I'll finish looting the boxes. Okay.
Okay. 3 portals.
Nice. Perfect. All right, I'm taking one of them. Peace. Nice, we did it.
I got so much jewelry, and we lived.
Yeah, that was perfect.
Progress.
Except for natural
After 10
dying.
times dying? Yeah, it's okay. He lived like the whole time, so.
True.
Live on in Valhalla.
Yes.
Yeah. So now I have these all things like here. Now what? Like.
So
the stash?
go into your merchant. Go to the merchants tab, and then go to the collector, and then
you
all
saw
your
them.
like treasure, all the bangles, the bowls, cups, things like that,
Crowns.
gems, crowns. Those all go to the collector, and then everything else you can
Candle
sell to
holder?
anybody. The what?
Candle holder?
Yeah.
Nice. Okay. Go in there. The collector.
And then any like jewelry you have, like if it has a stat on it, you should probably just put it in your stash and then just like throw that on whenever, because jewelry is pretty good in terms of like
Says
or
invalid,
stats in general.
invalid. Everything is.
Oh, you're doing it too fast. Can't handle your speed.
Wait, how can I sell them? It's not like.
Are you in the sell mode?
Yes. Oh, sell mode?
Yeah,
Oh,
on
sure.
the left you see it's buy.
Oh,
and
buy, sell. Oh, so dumb, man. So dumb. Oh, you just click them. That easy. Nice. I got 106 gold. Wait, 110 gold. I'm rich. And what can I do with my gold?
You can buy things.
Yeah, you can buy equipment. I would recommend, honestly, sticking with the starter items until you get confident you can, or you like have a lot saved up, because you lose everything if you die. So you saw like, if you only survive 1 out of 5 runs and you get 100 gold, so you shouldn't be spending more than 20 gold on a run to make money. You know what I mean?
Yeah, like only 20 gold run.
Yeah, if you only survive 1 in 5, if you survive 1 in 2 and you get 100 gold each time, then you can spend up to 50. You know, but depends on how well you're playing, how well you're doing.
Okay. Good to know. The good question is now, am I gonna play this game again? Probably not. I don't think so.
Okay.
Maybe. Perhaps.
I'll definitely play it some more. I like it.
Yeah, we'll see. You're gonna sleep now, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna peace out. But thanks for playing.
Alrighty. Thanks for playing, guys.
Yeah, see you. See you around.
Bye-bye.
Bye. All right, thanks for watching. Thanks for hanging out, and I'm out. I'm not streaming tomorrow because I have dinner planned. So not tomorrow.